Hey, Inspector, how you doing? Yeah, we're just getting things together. Actually, I think I've got everything up here. So, wow. The glowing eyeball is a little large. Yeah, we never figured out your DRI, by the way. Um, Kelly. I mean, whoops. Garaski. I keep getting so used to, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is what I don't want to do is have it be very easy to trace back to me as well. So anyway, yeah. Oh, well, thank you for joining me today, then, Spectre. Glad that you were able to get on through something. I know that's been a concern of yours, with the home Wi-Fi being down and all. At some point here, Araski will probably join me in the factory that I'm putting together. Um, I assume they have to get everything. Nah, don't worry about it. I'm sorry. That was. I really need to figure out when I'm talking to my chat and when I'm talking to you how to make it clear to both of you. So. Yeah, Discord reactive image. So if you're not in my stream, it might help because then if any of the chatters direct messages your way, I don't have to pass it along. Hmm. Yeah, you can pull it up on a phone or tablet. You're going to get ads, but you can afford a subscription, so you can figure that out. Oh yeah, that'd work. Oh, Spectre, what's the good news? Yeah, I mean, if you haven't used your Prime sub, then I'm quite happy to take Prime subs. Uh, I've been running experimental for this factory build for the stream, so you may as well just come on in because it's on experimental. Yeah. Ah, well, it is a Windows device, so I mean, maybe it's not the right. Yeah. Um, well, that's good to hear, Spectre. Both the terrified of being terrified of Eva and Mara, and also the fact that it will be being settled. Hey, Spicy, how you doing? Oh, speaking of which, I should. But I didn't know it with an S. I didn't do it with an S. Okay, here we go. Eating a malasada. I don't know what that is, so I hope it's good. No respect. Always fun to do that sort of thing. So, Pickles, are you gonna come join us? And at the moment, I'm mostly just wandering around. Let's see. Yeah, should be open. Oh, it's like a donut. Okay. Oh, do I? Well, it should just Am I am I active on my Steam friends list? No, I'm invisible, that's why. Okay, can I just... No, I can't do it that way. So let me just set myself to being online. There we go. Deep fried dough ball with sugar and sometimes filled with custard or chocolate and things. Okay, that sounds very much like a donut. Look, we have an Araski. Now, whereabouts is Araski? Ah, there you go. Yes. Good. So the hub's working properly. Okay. So, last couple of game sessions. Oh, by the way, we have here our floating spacey. Apparently, when you log out, you don't get removed from the game, so... yeah, I frequently jump on Spacey's head. So... Okay. So up here is where I'm currently building the facility for dumping out, what is it? I think it's rotors and reinforced plates. That's coming in here. So eventually we're going to expand out the screw and rod line so that we actually have 5 or 6 of those. So, Spacey's, Spacey helped with it initially, but he was in the very new and rarely finished the tutorial, so there's a lot of I've been doing the planning. So, and what were you saying? Yeah, I noticed that. Oh. Wait, I think... Hang on a sec, it sounds like my Discord thing is acting weird. Oh yeah, it is. Of course it is. Why would it not be? No, I don't want it to pull it from OBS browser. There. Okay, so now if I tell it that. So now if you say something...
Saying 1, 2, 3.
Aratsky.
Is that working?
Yes.
Yeah.
I really need to stop doing that. God damn it.
I still haven't actually pulled up chat yet because, of course, my tablet, because I haven't used it in ages, is doing the, there's been a big update, so you need to decide if you're using Edge or not yet.
Ah,
like,
well, I've decided that Edge can...
settings.
I have decided that Edge can go to hell.
Yeah.
So, Spicy, are you hearing Araski now when he's talking?
That's take 1, 2, 3.
See if we get a response now.
No, I do not want to use OneDrive. Just let me get back to the...
Yes.
I don't even know if restarting fixed the problem.
Restarting rarely fixes the problem. Okay. So at the moment, we're gonna have to expand the smelter out, but we're running... We seem to be running fine on that, so that's good. What I'm trying to do is get the power milestone, so that's why I've disconnected the hookup from the storage chest here. Got a bunch of those. We do have a small copper mine that processes ore down all the way to wire. As in the copper wire, not the cable.
Since you need both, usually.
Yeah. I just got it down to wire, but eventually what I usually do is bring a copper source in, split it out 3 ways, so I have one for plate, one for wire, and one for cable. And that generally seems to work out with what my needs become. So I'm splitting the iron mines as well. So we've got this side here is going to be used for plate. which is going to then get stored in this storage container here, and then sent over to the factory center. So this factory is going to be in the center itself here. So we're going to take this area out here, and this will be the factory. You'll also notice I put a lot of space between things. It's easier to build a couple of extra conveyors now, and then not need to space it out because you actually thought about things and did it properly.
Yeah.
Then finding out that your wonderful microfactory no longer functions because you need to change out one thing, which you've never seen before, so I don't know why I'm telling you.
Definitely not. I am definitely not in the case where I spent 6 hours to make something in 10 minutes and then needed to rip apart the entire thing.
Yeah. Okay. So we need another 50s plate, which is mostly it looks like screws are the delaying factor.
I always end up needing more screws than you think you'll need, it feels like.
Yeah. So that's
which is partially...
too.
Screws actually need a better conveyor belt, which it looks like.
Yeah, this end I'm running on a Mark 1 conveyor, so let me up that.
And this one over here is also... I don't have any basic supplies.
Which one?
I should probably...
Oh, the one going into the rotor, I don't care.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, oh, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't realize. That's what...
But coming into the assembler is the one that's actually really chunking it down, because the rotor is basically on standby at the moment, so I don't actually care about it operating.
Yeah, comparably significantly, it's the issue of just you need more than 60 per second, or whatever a normal one is, to keep a, Actually, no, I guess it is exactly 60 per second, so I might be thinking when you get more than one. Anyway, I did the math at some point. I can pull it out if you need it. If you feel like trying to make things efficient.
Well, sure, we can do that eventually. Right now, I'd like to get it functional.
Yeah.
I mean, going around doing the hard things first. So we're outputting 40 per minute from the constructor over here, but I'm not planning on expanding too much until after we get coal power online. As soon as I get coal power online, most of my power needs will be dealt with for a while. So, which actually reminds me.
I was gonna say that's the efficiency is at like 60% at the, or not 60, or 60. We're at 1/3 less efficiency because we're only producing 2/3 of the 2/3 of the screws. Just brain doing crunching the numbers.
I think Spicy is off playing Sea of Thieves instead of on Protus. Looking at their Discord status, which is fine.
Finally, this is partially just because I keep looking away, but I finally got the computer into a point where I can use it, or the tablet.
Okay.
So I can actually see chat, hopefully.
So, that'd be good. So, wow, that sulfur is a long way away. 2 clicks. I do not have the transportation yet. Because coal power, more important. I think that might be coal down there. No, that can't be coal down there. Do you remember this portion of the map well enough to know whereabouts some coal might be? Because I'm thinking...
Oh, are we like basically up the hill from where I was before, or is this... Or no, I think this is farther away from where I was than I...
We're right on the coastline over here, so if you... Where are you? Okay, there you are.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I haven't actually gone up to the coastline, so I don't know where it is compared to where I was built. So I'm actually not sure. I'm also just like locationally challenged and can't remember where stuff is. So.
Okay. So if you actually, do I have any beacons? Yes, I have a couple of beacons. Let me drop you a couple of beacons.
Oh yeah.
And a miner. If you want to grab those, and we'll head off in different directions and see if we can find coal. If we do, mark it and come back.
I'll I'm almost got Twitch up. I'm having one problem after another. I guess that's what I get for like not having used this tablet in a year.
Well, you can always leave that. You can always head out when you're ready. I mean,
yeah.
If we're going in different directions, there's no need for us to have to go separate. You know.
Let's see. I guess just I will go a different direction than you run.
Hey, Selva, how you doing? Yeah, sounds good. Araski.
I'll tab out so I can one thing after another.
Having to remember my brain to not yeah. Plus, the fact that it isn't your first name is helpful as well.
Yeah.
So what do we got here? Oh, this is where I put my big copper mining facility originally. So okay, good. So we're in that location, which means I should have some coal this direction, if I'm right. I just can't. Last time I came out here and found the coal here, I also had all of the upgrades, so it could be impossible to get to because of baggage.
Oh no, your stream is intended for adult audiences. I don't know if I can watch this.
Well, at least it doesn't say mature audiences, so I'm allowed.
I can't even remember exactly what was worded, but yeah. There we go. Now I can see chat, and now I can stop multitasking.
Woo!
Just have to figure out. See, I have a massive desk, and it just means that the mass on my desk increases to fit the size of space that I have. So
yeah.
I still have nowhere to put this down.
That's generally the way it works, yes.
Can I move out of the way?
Okay, maybe they changed the map since I was here, because I was fairly sure there was coal over here. Though, of course, now I'm trying to remember if I even was using coal power at the time I found this. I may have been using oil, at which point I'm looking for an oil field, not a coal mine, so...
Oh, yeah.
How far away am I? A long way away from the base. Okay.
That way, so I'll go that way. Let's see. Was there not any, or were you saying was there not any coal on the sensor?
We haven't unlocked coal power yet, so...
Ah, right.
You can always check to see if there's enough in the, container to...
Oh yeah, I might as well do that while
finish
I'm
that build.
still here.
Yeah. This looks like I was using oil power over here when I was here before. Okay, so... that won't help.
Not quite there.
Where are we? Hey RJ, how you doing? And yeah, this is a channel full of immature adults. I agree. Plus, I usually find that the people who go around insisting that they're mature aren't. So, I guess, you know, your mileage may vary.
That was just a stupid tangent I went on the other day. I ended up falling down a rabbit hole of watching videos about quantum physics.
Oh,
And having my brain broken, and then like watching some videos where a couple of physicists were arguing like, well, a lot of the stuff that people think is super weird about quantum physics is not actually super weird, and here's why. And it's just, oh, okay, so like even in the field of quantum physics, like very human things get in the way of people actually being able to come to the right conclusion, you know?
yeah. Human's gonna be human in all over the place.
Yeah, like there's a theory that would solve a lot of the like measurement issues and stuff that was abandoned because the guy who originally came up with it was convinced that he was wrong, so it took ages for his research to get discovered again. And then the guy who expanded upon it was a communist, so he got like thrown out of academia in the 50s.
Ah, yes. I love the American viewpoint that we must be right, so it doesn't matter what the science says.
Yeah.
Also, I should mention that my Discord mods are allowed to join this voice server however they feel like, so it could wind up happening that we wind up having other people joining in to heckle us. So it's just my mods, so we can safely ignore them.
I need to start looking for the coast in my game because there's some interesting terrain in this area.
Yeah. This is a much closer... Is that pure copper? No, normal copper. Okay, so it's not relevant. I was gonna say, there's some copper here, and it's really not that far away from... Oh no, it's just normal stuff.
Found some coal, but it's just a one-time deposit and not a permanent one.
Ah, dang it. What's up there?
Maybe it's... I can't decide if this... Oh, there it goes. I was going to say, does it just have a lot of coal in it, or is it actually infinite? No, it eventually did break.
So it just had a lot of coal in it. Whoa! Very important to be careful when you just randomly jump off the edge of a cliff.
And there's a yellow worm thing over
Exactly,
here.
RJ, exactly. Sorry?
As I say, there's a yellow you know, worm for making overclocking upgrades over here. Do you want me to mark it? I can't safely collect it because there's a big ranged alien.
Yeah, as long as you keep at least one beacon for
Actually, never mind.
juicing coal.
I decided screw it, let's try and pick it up, and I survived, so...
Oh, good, good. Yeah, I don't think I've done the overclocking upgrade yet, because I'm trying to speedrun getting to coal, because as soon as you're on coal, power becomes less of a OMFG situation, so...
yeah. That is about it. At least according to my
32?
research, assuming they haven't...
Yeah.
Or I say, unless they've implemented linear, last time I read, I think they were just thinking about implementing linear overclocking, but if they haven't implemented that, like pretty much the only thing that's worth overclocking is power, if you just don't want to have to build more, and mines, because apparently the more, like, the way that the purity of a mine source works, it can actually be more efficient for you to overclock a pure mine than running a normal mine, like a normal quality vein, like at a lower level or something like that. I don't know exactly how the math works.
Yeah, that seems like,
I guess ultimately it's one of those things, it doesn't really matter how efficient it is because the only thing you're putting into it is energy, so you can't get more of it except other than finding more sources.
Yeah. So let's see. Crystal oscillator. Okay, so we don't need that just yet. That will be one of the next things that I'll be pushing on. By the way.
We care enough about limestone for me to put a thing
Yeah,
down for
I've got a limestone over here. We've got so little need for it at the moment that I just sort of run her over. I've got a mine leading into a constructor that's pushing out concrete, and we've got 2 full stacks of concrete, so we're good for right now. Oh, and you probably saw the facility for building solid biofuel. I went out to go hunt out some coal and then came back and went, oh, I should do a quick few things around the base here. I'm still at the base.
I might be about to die because I accidentally jumped to a place that I can only jump down from, and I don't know if I can survive the fall.
Pretend to be a Skyrim host and we'll walk.
So I think oh, I didn't die. Hooray. I was expecting that to do a lot more damage than it did.
If you push against the side of the wall, it actually will reduce your fall damage slightly.
The problem is it was like the wall sloped away from the cliff, or the the surface of the cliff sloped away from the edge. But I expected it to take like half of my health, and it only did like 1 pip, so.
Oh. Well, yeah, that wasn't even really a fall to speak of at all.
I have not actually tested the limits of fall damage in this game very much, so I to be fair.
Yeah, the fall damage mechanic is actually really weird. It just gets even stranger once you add the extra legs.
Yeah.
RJ, you should just get it on PC and not worry about trying to get it on Switch. Now, I will say right now that it is in the roadmap for them to expand it to different platforms. I do not know if they intend to ever bring it to the Switch, however. So... I didn't think you liked those sorts of games, though.
I don't know if I'd touch a I don't know how much I would trust a Twitch port of a game like that. Not a Twitch port. Switch port. There we go.
Port. I wouldn't touch a Twitch port of it.
Yeah.
I stream on Twitch. I wouldn't touch a Twitch port of it. Okay, so Poison Cloud. I'm still not finding any coal. This is going to be annoying. Isn't it?
It might be. Oh, you know what? I think I might have spotted a terrain feature that I can, so I can figure out where it was.
Okay.
Head towards it. Because I remember
once we build the power thing, it'll actually tell us how to find it on the scanners.
Yeah. The problem is if I am recognizing the terrain feature that I think it is, then we might be on the other side of a lake from it, from where the coal source is that I was using. Also, I have no idea how to get down from here.
Just keep swimming.
I did in an old game from like a couple updates ago. I did like build a massive bridge all the way across a lake one time.
I still have a save that has a giant factory spread out over the ocean thing near us. Right out to the edge of the map world. So, quite literally, I put the space elevator out on a giant platform in the middle of the ocean, and then just expanded out from there. It's a really, really large base. But it also has like 4 train lines going to it and stuff like that, so...
Yeah. Fireflies
Yeah,
are annoying when there's a little tiny bit of lag.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what I don't know if there's an official name for them. The bugs that come out of the little plants and fly around.
Yeah. Fireflies, bugs, bees. They're not squid. We're gonna have coal in just a sec.
Cool.
Milestone unlocked.
Milestone reached.
Where
Coal
is the nearest
an
coal?
improved alternative power source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline
Oh
buildings
my
and power
goodness.
throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes.
Whoa.
Note: throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
Looks like we're looking at it like at least a kilometer.
1.3 kilometers from the base. That's the nearest coal source.
Yeah, I'm like a kilometer away from one or two.
So is it
wait,
more
okay.
towards the base? I'm just trying to figure out which one you're heading to.
Let's see. I don't think the route that I thought was, or I don't think these might be the same ones that I'm using because there's two right next to each other. Let's see. I don't have a distance measurement for beacons, so I'm not 100% sure. I'm a kilometer away from two that appear to be close to each other.
Okay. I have one that I'm now 800 meters away from. I think might be the one you're heading towards. I was just trying to see if I should go to the other one first, or... Because what I want to do is quickly scout the area to see which one's got the best option for us.
Aye. Looks like the one that's farther away from me is further south. I guess from my perspective, from where I am compared to the base. Yeah.
Okay. So I've got one... Wow. You have a mountain between... We have a mountain between us now.
Okay, some Caterium. Like, not a source, but
just a note thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, leave me alone. Stupid fire spitter thing.
No, it wants to eat your face.
Oh no, I need to run away. I forgot to heal myself after the last time I got damaged.
Ah. Oh, this clicker. Oh. Hey, I know where we are now, Kelly. Okay.
There's some quartz as well. It looks like you might have... you went to a different one than the one that I'm heading towards, I think. Or no? Maybe not.
So, I know where we are. And I know where a reasonable coal vein is. There's a lot of water there. And I think that might have been the one that you set up. Yeah, I don't know where you are in relation to where I am now, because I'm not seeing coal vein anywhere near. Oh, there I go. There. I see you. I see you now. Watch out, there's mobs down the ground level.
Yeah. Whoops. Oh no. Ow. I slipped. Whatever.
Just keep running, just keep running, just keep running.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me see if I can get down there. Okay. Oh. That's a blue guy.
Ah, yes, this is the same one that I was using, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I see the bridge and everything that goes into the
Yeah.
tree biome.
This is the one that I've used for the last 3 maps I've had, so it's actually a pretty reasonable location for it.
And there's at least like I was using at least one spot in the lake that is considered an infinite water source when it shouldn't be. Or there's like a little river next to the one of them. There's iron and copper down here too, for what it's worth. There's like not that far from the coal.
Yeah. Wait. There's coal here? On this side?
I am trying to figure out a way to get down there because I'm like way above.
Oh yeah, there is coal down there. Okay, so I see you up there. So, if you come around... Not sure how your health is doing.
I found a way down. Hello.
Okay. So, there's a coal spot right down there. Oh, there's also some pale berries. Good, because we need them for the mam. But what I don't see... Okay, this is a normal deposit. I don't see a defender down here. Right. It's limestone.
And there's the one over here as well. I think it's considered part of the same node. Or at least as far as the detection system is.
Is that normal as well? Yes. So there's a
here
this
or also
way.
normal.
Okay. So I think we need to look at where we want to build the power supply so we can make sure that we get the water.
Yeah, because I was able to put a pump like right here in the deeper part of that, but that's like you can only really fit one here. So we probably need to have one more remote.
Oh yeah, I'd actually put a pump out in the lake and just pump it over to a storage thing. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I think we were running in circles around each other for a second.
Okay, so whereabouts do we want to put the power generation? Because I like to put it out here so we don't have to run a whole bunch of stuff back.
Maybe, let's see. I ended up setting it up like right next to the coal, but that's because I make everything more compact than it should be. But
yeah,
this kind of space is like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say just this general area like is kind of in between all of these different nodes, so it's probably a good spot. And there's some coal in the forest biome over there too, if I remember correctly, that you set up a thing on.
Yeah. What I usually do is set one on the other side of this lake here. And also the lake happens to be fairly low level. As in the ground is fairly low level in comparison to the lake, so that actually makes putting a pumping station out in the lake and pumping back. So if we put pump units out here, pumping back to storage nearby.
Yeah.
That I think will give us the best run. So let's see, how much? I don't have much in the way of these. So let's start by... I'm going to build it up a little bit so we don't wind up killing as much of the stuff underneath.
Oh yeah. Here, I'll start getting some of the grass out of the way.
Yeah. But literally I was thinking like... bring this up, if I bring that up to that height, we should be able to pump up to that height without too much of a hassle.
I know. Is that just to make it so
Actually,
there's
you know what?
more space? 'Cause we could
Yeah.
just leave, like we could just leave it like that, but then we'll have, I don't know how that how necessary. Usually
Well,
I'm basing it,
about
base it
I'm
on
thinking
height
about
of
bringing the
the
truck
ore.
under. I want to bring it on. I want to bring you able to bring the truck under. Because if we can bring the truck under, then we can just drive the truck over here and not have to worry about being able to move the truck through the area.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What the
Oh,
heck
hello,
is
spider
that?
thing. I have no idea where this
Oh!
comes from, 'cause they're usually in caves.
Oh! I see! I turned the arachnophobia mode on.
Oh
it
wow,
does...
I'm seeing... that is very silly.
Well, at least nobody on my stream will have to worry about spooters running around. Okay. Okay. I wobbles it. Okay. Just so we're clear. I wobbles it. It's great. Okay. So yeah, I think we do it here. Now I think... So... Yeah. And then... Take that down. No. Yep. Of course, it's going to do that, isn't it?
I'm gonna run across the bridge real quick, because I'm curious what quality the... or do you remember what quality the coal deposit over there is?
I think it's normal.
Not that it matters that much, but it is close enough, we might as well hook it into this.
Well, eventually, yeah. Okay.
How... Oh, right. I'm like, I don't know how to actually get up from here, because I just have a jump pad in my game.
You can go around.
Yeah.
There are ways to go around. There are ways to just jump off the cliff if you know what you're doing. There's lots of ways. They don't have much in the way of...
Does this game have a sprint toggle option?
Yes. Yes,
I
it
need to
does.
turn that on once I stop being harassed by the wildlife.
I won't hold my breath. Yeah, actually, in the menu, there is a sprint.
I am going to run towards you because they keep popping it a little bit, which makes it hard to kill them, and I'm gonna die.
Oh.
Oh, they stopped chasing me? I guess so.
Yeah, they do stop chasing after a while. Oh, that's right. I was going to slap a miner on one of these.
But want me to put my miner down on one?
You can. I generally like to keep one on me for when I find nodes that are...
I am out of the way or whatever.
Yeah. Imminent destruction. Actually, eat for a sec. They didn't chase me up the ramp. I'm surprised.
I thought I was doing well, and then another one popped in. Ow.
Yeah.
I'm not that far, or it's not like it's that far from the base. I'll just run
Yeah.
back. Actually, can you revive people with
Oh.
this?
No, you can't. But one thing you can do is if you're at the base right now, start up the transportation one because we've got the coal power, so
Oh, yeah, yeah.
let me tell it that I would like to build a water extractor, a miner, and a coal generator. And then I can start collecting the materials for that now with the last
Vehicular
guy
transport?
go. Yes. Yeah, so we can get the truck. So. I generally don't worry about the jump pads. So whereabouts? I could have sworn there was more of those guys around. Oh, yeah, there is. Over here. Okay, I think I got the 3 that were running around this area, so we might be okay now.
Okay. I just took a stop to see if there's any gear that I want to go ahead and make, but it looks like...
Yeah, I haven't really been able to expand on stuff too much because... I mean, I think we're like 6 and a bit hours into gameplay at this point.
Yeah.
So it's really early. I think this is only the 3rd stream that I've done on the... It might be the...
It's about
Yeah,
right.
I can't remember which one. So...
Leave me alone, little bug dude. I am unarmed. This is very unsportsmanlike.
Go around the
Nice
other
guy.
way. Go around the other way. Yes.
Oh, here's the big iron source where my base is set up in my game.
Yeah. Oh. There, that's how you get up. At least if I remember this right. That's a terrible jump. Because every survival game needs a platformer section, right? Guys, platformers are for people like RJ. You can handle that.
I might die on the way. Oh, wee!
Me?
Oh, I'm running away from a yeah, there it goes. I was running away from the like armored dog things. I think it's a big one. Yeah, and it kept boosting me forward. So I was like, this is useful, more the fact that it's gonna kill me before I can get away.
This way wasn't the way out. Okay. Well, maybe I'll just do this the other way.
Smooth sacks. Okay, I did not read that the first time in the corner of my eye. Because Twitch is like, you can do a sound alert, smooth sacks, with
Yes.
your tokens or whatever they're called.
There is, of course, a reason why I chose it, because of the terrible name. Okay. So maybe I should just... Okay, I'll just go around that way. That's a way to get on. It's a long way and probably involves being stabbed in the face, but... Actually, do you just want me to bring you your supplies?
I mean, I'm almost back, I think.
Oh, okay.
And I managed to get to the place where I died the second time without anything still following me, so I think I'll be good.
Oh. Alright, so we need 400, 200 cables, 100 rotors, 25 frames. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to get the vehicle thing together. Which will be useful for doing these sorts of explorations. Now, whereabouts? That's right. It's nighttime, isn't it? Yeah, it's nighttime and you're being chased by spiders.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell. Because of all the mewing and, stuff.
Yeah, I don't have the sound turned on stream, so I didn't know they made cat sounds as well.
Yes, they make cat sounds, it's great. They're mewing at me. I turned it on originally, just because... Okay, I think that one's actually deceased, but it's still doing the wiggle animation thing that they do. So of course it's still making noises at me. Come on, back here. I love the idea of using pictures of kitties that look angry. Okay, so we need to go around the base area here. They're underground right there somewhere. Interesting. Oh, and we're getting to be daytime.
There's like a giant cave system near here. It has quartz in it somewhere.
Yeah. So I need to get there, which is on the other side of the poison field.
I think we definitely need to build a ramp or something so we don't have to run halfway across the map to get around the cliff.
Yeah, I was going to do that, and then realized I didn't have any more iron plates on me, so...
Yeah. Right, I was going to turn on... Save my pinky finger by turning on toggle. Strength.
Okay, I think the spooters are actually scarier as kitties. Because you just have this static cat image just facing you and making mew sounds at you. It's somewhat terrifying. But thankfully the sun's come up, so we shouldn't see more of them for a little bit.
I don't think I'd ever actually put together that that's what causes them to spawn, but that makes sense.
They seem to come out at night. Otherwise they stay in the caves. So if you go near the caves and it's dark out, they will come out to find you. And of course, this game, there are many caves.
Oh, hey, there's a, have you, I guess you probably haven't gotten this, what do they call it? Oh, leave me alone, wildlife. The, hard drive.
Yes, I've gotten one of the hard drives. But were you able to just walk up to one and open it?
I'm trying to remember what this one needed.
Because there are a couple that you can just open, but
oh,
okay.
it has the stuff. It has the stuff that you need to open it right next to it. So.
Oh well, that's perfect. Oh. Oh, great. Okay. To make a medicinal inhaler is going to need a lot of materials that I don't have yet, so...
I wonder if they're actually worth it, because I usually end up with like a full stack of the what are these called? Barrel nuts.
One medicinal inhaler can take you to full health.
I guess it is very rare that I don't, or that I actually need to go to full health, and if I collect all the nuts, the barrel nuts that I find, I usually have more than enough to just always be able to heal myself. So I usually just don't bother with the inhalers. I think if I knew I was going in to fight something, I probably would use the inhalers, but for just running around.
The inhalers are actually very useful in that they can help you. You can make them just with elberries and nuts eventually.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's worthwhile sort of expanding to that. So how many do I have here at the moment? 96. That's standard. Grab that. I'm gonna need a bunch of copper. Okay. So, a bunch of copper, a bunch of rotors. How many rotors do I have here? None in storage. Okay, I'm just gonna take that off. And actually, you know what? Yeah, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do for now. I'm gonna take that conveyor belt out, and that conveyor belt out, and then we're going to add that onto there. And then, so the output from the machines here is turned off from going into the storage containers now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going to need 20 rotors, and we're going to need 100 for the main machine. We'll need bunches of reinforced plates as well.
I found a few hundred screws near the hard drive. Should I go and throw those into the iron plates?
Yeah.
Alright, there's some left over, so I'll put some in the rotors as well.
Yeah. I have queued up in my list everything that I need for making the first coal plant. We're going to need to build a little more extension of the platform, as well as the ramp up. And what else are we gonna want? Oh, power lines.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know which of those you want to work on. I mean, you can start working on the power lines first. You could, yeah.
Just get a power line between here and the coal spot.
Yeah. So if we just run a line straight out there, that'll... I assume we're going to go with one plant in line with the current platform. So they'll extend outwards from there, but sort of parallel with the long edge.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Wow, my Twitch ad panel just disappeared on my OBS. That's interesting.
I might need to ask you that again in a second to make sure I understand what you're saying. Because I was just looking at, I'm putting some of the stuff that I found in the storage box and the hub to get it out of my inventory.
And remember, if you got extra supplies, feel free to drop it in. But extra stuff that isn't needed otherwise, throw it into the machine to make.
I started scanning the hard drive. That's where.
Oh, I generally don't like running them this early.
Oh, okay. I can.
You can't take it out now.
Ah, yeah. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. Generally, the reason I don't run it... So let me explain why. Not just for you, but also for my viewers. The reason is they provide you with extra recipes, and we don't need extra recipes at the moment. So... what we need is more base material stuff. So.
Yeah, there's a couple of recipes that can be helpful early on, but the chances that you get exactly the one you want is not great. I always had the problem the first time I used one where I was like, I have no idea what the consequences are of these 3 recipes, so I don't know how to choose one.
Yep.
You could expand your iron production if you wanted to, by the way.
Yes, but we're short on power.
Ah, right. Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
like
if it wasn't
one
for the
thing at a
power
time.
situation, I would absolutely expand all of this stuff out. So, that is why power is first thing on the list.
Just looking for a place I can get some iron ingots from, so I can start making some make sure I have some basic materials on hand.
You should be able to just grab them out of the input. Wow. Yeah.
I got some from the other. This spot is see, can I put these back in? Some of them.
Thing with the word.
The one closer to the hub did not have a surplus, and then I found the other one. So.
Ah. Yeah, the iron rod protection is going to be the thing that's going to be. It does have its own backup, so.
Yeah, that in my factory, I have like 16 iron rod things.
Yeah. I mean, eventually we'll get to having all of that stuff. But
Yeah,
for
yeah.
right now, I mean,
That makes sense. Not wanting to have to deal with all of the plant burners.
Yeah, I wanted enough to get things going, and then after that, I'm just going to ignore it until we get to coal, basically.
Yeah, yeah,
And as soon as coal is done, who cares?
yeah. That is much more efficient to just rush coal and then build up from there.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to have pretty much everything I need. I'm making this of a dry plants, so I have. No, not spruce. I don't want spruce. Sure. So I've got plates so that I can build the various thingies. And words would help if I could remember how to English.
Remembering how to English is overrated.
Oh, yeah. I've heard that. Yeah, the last few weeks my viewership has been a little wonky.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna tell this guy to go on standby because I don't need that many reinforced iron plates at the moment. But I do need a mess ton of rotors. Because I need 11 of them. Just to build the stuff that it has to go in first, so. While I think about it, organization, I want to add a fluid buffer. Oh god, that's going to need modular frames. Okay, well that's going to be useful to know.
I actually
storage container.
I found 12 modular frames as well if you want those.
Yes, please. Because then I don't have to make them myself, so.
Yeah. I'll drop mine in
You
the
can
hub.
just. I mean, if
there
you
you
happen to be near the hub, great. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Well, I mean, yeah.
Should I drop them on the ground, or is there a better way to trade them off?
What, you're right next to me? Yeah, just drop it
yeah,
on the
yeah.
ground.
Oop. There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just getting the supplies I need to actually build some power lines.
And remember, you'll need iron rods for that as well.
Yeah, I made the iron rods. I just grabbed some wire, enough that I can make some cables. And then I remembered, oh right, I still need concrete. I saw concrete. I don't remember
Yes. Other side of the base. On the cliff's edge. There's a miner and a thing out there. Making it. So you should be able to just grab a stack of concrete. Oh, I heard about the Republican justices doing their Republican justice.
Oh, the Supreme Court stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of inevitable. I was having a conversation with my roommate about that earlier today, that, like, a lot of it just comes down to, like, we shouldn't be relying on the Supreme Court for this kind of stuff. We should have passed legislation at some point.
Oh, yes, absolutely. There should have been legislation passed that means that the justices couldn't weigh in on it. But the problem, of course, is passing that legislation requires the Republicans to agree that such legislation is actually useful, because it's not like, you know, women are, 52% of the population or anything.
Like, one of the most depressing...
We are!
One of the most depressing things about that kind of, like, thing that I have learned is that, so, like, in 1903, there was a bunch of, debt peonage cases in Alabama. And several people were able to get off, because basically they just had slaves. Whenever people needed a slave in Alabama, they would go and arrest a random black person for vagrancy, and then immediately sell them to whoever needed the slave. And then just, come up with reasons why they can never actually fully pay off their debt. So
everything from, housing expenditure being way more than it should be, etc., etc., etc. I'm filling in because I know the story that you're talking, but my audience probably doesn't.
Yeah, basically they said, well, the debt that we're holding against this person is fictional. We made it up, so we're not actually holding these people in debt peonage. We're enslaving them, and slavery is not a crime. Slavery is unconstitutional, but there is no crime on the books for enslaving someone. So it would just be unlawful imprisonment, which would be a state crime, which would be all white people that would never actually rule you guilty.
Yep. And that's how we had slavery. Knowing better.
Yes.
Covered this.
I ended up reading up on his source a bit as well.
Yeah.
It's the book about debt peonage and stuff. That is, I read like the chapter in about it that talks specifically about those cases, and it's just kind of like.
However, he's missing some information. The most recent slave was not in the 60s, like he says. It was in the 2000s.
Sure.
There was a case that was recently brought forth where someone was actually held in slavery, legally defined slavery, at a fast food place. They were one of the cooks, and it was a recent thing that, apparently it came through. But, the reason we don't talk about that one as being the most recent slavery case is the person had a disability, so, they generally don't get, counted when we talk about those things because, well, disabled people don't count because we're in the US.
It's like the same. What is it? The minimum wage doesn't apply to disabled people as well, if I remember correctly.
The minimum wage applies to disabled people. However, if you're a company, you can apply for a waiver if you're bringing in disabled people, which is how Goodwill gets to pay them less than 5 cents a day.
Yeah.
And that's why I will not donate to Goodwill anymore. Once I found that out, and they're still doing it, and every location is doing it. It's not just one location. It's a problem. Every location is doing the... You can get paid 25 cents for your day's work.
I didn't realize they were, that it was that bad. I need to look into the local places, because it's like, well, I cannot donate to, or I will not donate to, Salvation Army.
I don't blame you there.
Which is annoying, because they're like the only people who
Someone
will,
who's twisted
bring
their
a truck to your
religion.
house.
Yeah. Someone who's twisted their religion that much is not someone I want to support. But yeah, have a look around and see if you have a St. Vincent de Paul's. They're actually really good.
Yeah.
I was surprised to find that there was actually one near where I am. So.
I ended up eventually, because I had like a couple mattresses and bed frames that I didn't want, and I was like, how do I get rid of these? Because basically nobody takes them. Uh-oh. I am not at home.
Neither am I. It can wait for the time being. It's not like we
I realized we never
can
actually
collect
put a
some
beacon
materials.
down.
Yeah, so did I. So I was. There we go. I can see it though. So I'll slap a beacon down when I get here.
Oh, I put one. At least
Yeah.
I would just put one on the platform for the time being.
Yeah.
So I think.
Okay.
Where do we want?
So, all right.
Where would you like me to start the power line?
So start the power line from this corner.
Okay.
So it's just on the corner there. And then I'll...
I'm gonna run around and start it up the cliff. Or are you about to build the ramp?
I can build a ramp. First off, before I build the ramp, though, I need to make sure I need 10 concrete, and I don't need any iron plates. Okay, so let's put that in. Where would you like the ramp? Just here? Like, literally, we come down, we come up, we're straight up there?
Yeah, that makes sense. Like probably like, I don't know how to, like maybe to the left a bit, because I remember correctly, this cliff is like a little bit higher of the, than the terrain behind it. Maybe I should run around either way or...
Okay, how about you run around then, and, I'll do a little bit of clearing for the ramp.
So we can see where the, yeah.
Yeah. And you can basically stand when you're at the top of the ramp, which you'll see it better from up there.
Yeah. There is, by the way, a route through the area where there's a bunch of gas where you don't get hit by it if you drive in like just the right spot.
Yeah.
Between here and the base, because it's like one of the you sort of drive under it.
And also, if you just stick to the cliffside, you don't run into issues here.
Oh yeah.
You can just walk. But it has to be the tall cliff to the from this direction to the right.
Here, there's like just a little bit of a bump.
Okay, there you are. So if I had that one there... No, not that. There. Okay, so if I go... Actually... No.
I'll stop moving.
Back to that. And set that. I can do this. Can you see where I'm planning on building it on your screen?
Yes, actually. Looks about level.
Okay. That was what I was going to ask you.
Yeah, like it comes up just a tiny bit, which I'm like an appropriate amount.
Apparently I can fall off if I don't actually build the piece that I was planning on putting down.
Yeah.
So there we go. That should make it easier to get in and out. I'm not worried about the thing here. I will make this too wide so we can take the truck down here at breakneck speed and not have to worry about it.
Oh, I forgot to make cables.
me check on something.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
I was about to ask.
I have the bits to put that together. There you go. And yes, I usually like to have one of those out at remote sites anyway, so power and water I can go from this direction. So let's see. If I vaguely center that, it sticks over there a little bit. That sticks over that end a little bit, but not the way I want, so we're going to actually go off this corner. How's that? Yes. Okay. Good. So yeah, I'll be building them this way for the time being.
Looks good.
We only need the one for now. We'll be able to put like probably 8 across here. So if we're actually able to pull that much coal out, I'll be happy. But also, I want somewhere to put that coal temporarily. And I just realized something. I things down in such a way that is that right? Yeah, okay, that works. I put this stuff down in such a way that it's actually going to be a little difficult because I apparently used up some concrete that I need. What do I need the concrete for? Is it the miner? Where is the miner? I have a water extractor on the list. Oh yeah, so the miner needs concrete. Okay. So let's see, where is the nearest? Okay, bring that one in here. Oh.
Right, before I run this cable the whole way up, I'm gonna go see what my roommates are planning for dinner real quick.
Okay.
And then I'll be right back. Yeah.
Yep. So here, okay, so that's gonna come. So let's take this down. Switch that to a merger. Actually, bring that a little bit. There. Up. Of course. What I really wanted was that. Not the other one. Okay. Keep that. We can bring that in there. Actually, for now. Yes. That up to there. Take that to there. This power line here is going to go to.
And apparently my roommates went somewhere without me realizing.
Oh!
Oh, there they are. I'll be right back again.
Okay. So, splitter, we'll take that. And bring that in here. And then that there to there. Put it in there. Let's make sure we have the fluid in. It's actually a trick we can do here. And that is if we build this up. So I need some limestone. Let's do some limestone. Oh. Rather than looking for it. I know there's some not that far from here. There. Okay.
Okay, yeah, we're having a green curry at some point.
Oh, nice.
Yes, that we've been pretty good about cooking and stuff.
So I was getting attacked by flies.
Oh yeah, we've been good about you know, like cooking and everything.
So, are you back at the base?
No, I'm currently putting the power line in.
Ah, okay.
So I'm in between.
Yeah. There's also a copper node right on top of the hill right next to where we were.
Yeah, yeah. There's an iron one around there as well. So hypothetically,
Yeah.
we could make some steel down there if we don't mind having to transport it.
Well, eventually we'll have... Right.
I guess we'll either have to take coal to the iron, or we'll have to make some steel and then take it, so... Don't know what the most efficient thing is.
The most efficient thing is to... initially, not worry about it, because we can't make steel yet.
Yeah.
You charging around and yelly things are annoying. Okay. I just needed a little more limestone to put a few things down.
Ah, yeah.
And oh, what am I doing? I have a portable miner. Yeah. I'll just place one down. And then I can come back to it when I need it. I should do that with the copper as well, so that we have one. Basically, that way we just have a little bit of extra supplies when we need them. So...
Just think of the big, I don't know, what should we call these? Long whales? Or elephants? They look like whales, but they're more like elephants, but they have really long legs.
Spacey was calling them upside down giraffes.
Oh, yeah. That
mean,
makes
it
sense.
works.
Short neck, lots of legs. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little weird when you first think about it, but,
I was like, it'd be funny if they blocked the power lines, so you actually had to wait for them to get out of the way. Like,
you
it'd be
say
annoying,
funny,
but it'd
I
be funny.
say annoying.
Yeah.
That is very strange. I just got invited back to my own chat room. And I have no dropped frames. Very, very strange. Okay.
I wonder if it makes the monsters insecure when I just run past them and don't pay any attention to the fact that they're trying
I
to...
hope so. So I think it's the 2-meter foundation I want for that. Yes, it's a 2-meter foundation. Okay. They're in the way. Oh no, they're input out, so they can go either direction. Okay. Shit. And then we're going to say that. No, not that. Fine. There. This won't go all the way out, but that's fine. We just need to get it most of the way. No, I do want that a little higher. It's just a little patience. So that's there, so there's water extractor. Five, connect to there. And I can't afford it because I'm out of power. Okay.
Almost got the power back to the base.
Woo!
I have this weird problem, like a weird association. Like, have you ever heard of a book series called the Three Body Problem trilogy?
The name's vaguely familiar, but it doesn't really give me. I mean, yeah.
It's Chinese, or like a Chinese author, and it's like one of the most, like renowned sci-fi series of the last couple of decades. Because
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
probably why
like
I've
hard,
heard of it, but.
yeah, it's like hard sci-fi, which is there's not a lot of big waves in hard sci-fi often.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's one of those things that it's very much it managed to be hard sci-fi and like give you the same kind of feeling as cosmic horror.
Nice.
So I was listening to a bunch of discussions about the books and stuff while playing Satisfactory. So now Satisfactory, there's just like a slight association of looming dread for no good reason.
I can give you a good reason. The Fix-It Corporation.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and while you're at the base, you should probably set the power back.
Yes, okay, power's connected.
Okay.
Probably double back and see if there are any, if I did anything dumb that I didn't notice. Oh, did you just try to turn the power back on?
Yeah.
I guess we're still under voltage.
No, we probably ran out of fuel or something.
I'll check them. Aha, we're out of fuel in the hub. I will fix that.
Is the hub actually connected to the power grid?
Oh, is it?
So
Yeah, it looks like it is.
It is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't always connect it, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
I'll probably disconnect it at this point, so. Sweet. Okay. So we should start seeing water pressure up here, which means I need to make sure that I get things going here. And we are about to get an ad break on my channel, because that's what Twitch is telling me. Oh, that's very strange. The number of people who were in my channel has, all of the bots just disappeared.
Weird.
Clearly, you can tell I'm so upset by this, but...
Yeah, I would describe some of the stuff from the three body problem, but like basically all of the interesting things about that trilogy are all spoilers.
Oh,
It's like the kind of thing of
yes.
the thing that people talk about the most is actually from like the very end of the second book. So it's like, uh, that's part of what the tangentially led to me looking up a bunch of stuff about quantum physics.
Hmm.
So yeah, like that part of the book uses the idea of using, what is it, FTL communications using entangled particles.
Ah,
But the problem is
yeah,
that
that's
it's like not a realistic idea.
what do you mean?
So the interaction between two entangled particles once they separate, there's no, it is not required for there to be any information transmitted between the two for everything to work. As long as you believe in like a deterministic universe, anyway. Because basically the way that the like, so the idea for like of how you would use that for FTL communication is that you would measure, you would have to measure the particle and then wait for it to change and measure it again when the other people on the other end measure it. The problem is that measuring it the first time to be able to know what the original state is so that you could transfer information would collapse the waveform. So basically, there's no way to gain information without being in contact with the other end in some other way.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with some people have said like, oh, like we could take advantage of some of these some of the properties of quantum physics to make a device that will let you send information back in time. And it's like, well, no, it doesn't work that way, because you have to have the information when you measured it to be able to make any sense of the way that it changed in the past.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. I'm just standing beside a working coal generator at the moment, so it's a little noisy over here.
Oh yeah. Okay, I think the path that I have taken the power is reasonable.
Cool. So now that we have the coal generator online, one thing I'm noticing is how, what do they call them? Biomass plants are actually providing a lot of that power as well. So I want to put another one in, another generator.
Oh yeah.
So that's going to need 10 rotors, 20 iron plates. We also need to make sure that we have this available. Keep that there. That should allow that to work. But yeah, I found this trick with the tanks. If you put a too high thing here, this tank output is actually level to one of the step-ups, and it's high enough that you can walk underneath without having to worry about it. So
that makes sense.
yeah. So the fluid buffer can now happily buffer away. Actually, what is our head lift on the pump? I should check that before we do too much. Okay, it's not telling me what the head lift is. It is being very loud.
Yeah. I have not actually looked into how that works. Since I haven't had to use a pump yet, so I just haven't bothered to look up how the the head lift rolls work.
So, a pump can only lift so far. And so the fluid collector things also are pumps as well. So they can only lift so far. And so what you need to do is make sure that your head lift, that the amount you need to lift the pumped fluid is lower than the head lift.
Oh, yeah.
So if you look at the buffer here, if the entrance to the buffer is below the maximum head lift that you're doing, you can actually fill the buffer all the way to the top. It's a little bit quirky. It shouldn't do that. It should go from the top of the buffer, but it does go. It goes from the entrance. So at that point, you can fill the buffer up completely and not have to worry about that. And then it uses the fact that it has a little bit of extra headroom up the top to be able to push slightly higher. But right out of the box, this arrangement I find works really well for setting up coal plants. So.
Oh, by the way, the iron up here is pure, for what it's worth. And yeah, this is the I don't know if you can see me jumping, but this is roughly it's up the cliff. Is where the iron deposit is. I just had the thought of like I should see how hard it is to get up there, and it is possible to get up here without having to use a ramp once you use the other ramp.
Okay.
Do you know? Does putting down a do you know what the minimum thing you need to put down to keep things from spawning on a point is? At all?
I have found. What do you mean by spawning on a point?
Like
you mean like mobs?
Like the guard mobs don't spawn anymore once you started building there. But is there like what do you have to put down for that state to trigger?
Oh, I found that the guard mobs stop spawning once you kill them.
Oh, okay.
And you can come back to an area. I think they may, but it takes a very long time.
Okay.
So it's sort of. I think once you've modified an area enough, which could probably be as simple as like running the chainsaw around, it seems to help. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. I guess I was wondering if I should slap something up here so you don't have to fight anything the next time you come up here, but if I've already done the job, then that's good enough.
Well, I'd slap a beacon down so we know exactly where it is, so we don't have to...
Oh, yeah.
But I'm gonna try and get the second...
You have a color scheme for your beacons?
I generally try to color them the same color as the material that they're supplying.
Should I do like a rust color for iron?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see if this... Let me know if that seems appropriate. The beacon color?
Yep. Good enough.
Cool. The entrance to the cave system is down here as well, I think.
Did you name
on the
it
other
iron?
side of this.
Okay, you named it iron pure.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. With the color in the name. The color sort of helps differentiate it more than anything else. I don't generally worry about it in terms of other things other than that.
Yeah.
Now where is... Oh, that's right. I don't actually want to come up here, but I always do this every time, and it's... I'm gonna get the last few things I need for the another coal generator, so that way we have both of them. And so our biomass plants can become pica plants, and we can stop paying attention to them at all. At least until we forget about power. And how did you run the power line?
Oh, I think I went. Did you? I kind of did it along the cliffs.
You mostly went straight, and the problem is I went off and around and I got lost when I was heading back to the base. And I do this every time, so.
Let's see. I don't remember how close I went. I thought I'd check in the cave to see if I can go ahead and mark that. Oh, I should actually eat some food so that I don't die while I'm down here. Quartz source that is down here. I don't remember how deep in it is. So.
Well, there's actually a couple above ground.
Oh yeah.
So, well, that's nice and all. The issue, what's more interesting for me is, can you grab some mycelium?
Ah, yeah, I can do that.
Because we can use that.
I don't die.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
that was close.
First off, don't die. And then when you've successfully not died.
Yeah, I had literally no bars and was jumping around like crazy and trying to kill the thing for like a full minute there. that was some like Dark Souls level ninja stuff.
Why am I getting email from... Oh, there we go. Great, cool. Yeah, I think Twitch bounced the chat room on my channel. Which bounced a bunch of bots, but also seemed to have bounced some of my viewers, so...
I have noticed there's been at least once where I came in where I could see like people chatting on the stream, but not in the the chat room was empty. But I think that's just something that happens sometimes on Twitch.
Oh, you mean in the background behind me? You could see stuff, or was that actually changing?
It may, you know, now that I think about it in hindsight, it may have just been that nobody had, no one had said anything in chat since I joined, you know?
Yeah.
So it just looked like there wasn't any chat, but I don't remember how long I had that open before I made that conclusion. But, you know.
Which should be weird that way, yes.
The downside of me jumping around like crazy to not die is now I don't remember which way the exit is, so this will be fun. Oh wait, I'm dumb, I could just look at the beacons.
This is why we have beacons, yes.
Do you want me to put a beacon down for the entrance to this cave, or just having the one with for the iron right next to here, is that enough?
Yeah, I think the iron next to it is enough. I usually don't worry too much about the caves because by the time...
It's not like a huge incentive to go down there.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons... Caves are one of the reasons why I think once you actually clear an area, it's clean. Because...
yeah.
I have cleared entire caves out, and then they've just become a pathway that you can walk through.
I guess I just don't, like, stuff does seem to spawn, but I don't know how that's, like, if it's just random
Yeah, I don't know
what?
how much of it is distance, how much of it is due to there is stuff around, so there's nothing for it to trigger. There's a whole bunch of things that.
Hell, it might
But
even have something to
also,
do with like whether or not when was the last time you reloaded the game, you know?
oh yeah, it could actually have to do with reloading. Now you mention it.
The thing that made me think that they respawn is I distinctly remember killing the big, you know, chitin dog or whatever,
Yeah.
on top of the bridge into the forest biome, and then it being there again at the next time I went that way. But I don't know if that was just it had
Yeah.
been a really long time since I had gone that way, or if it was because I reloaded the game, or some other reason.
That's a good question.
Or if I just thought that I killed it and then didn't. That is entirely possible that I misremembered. But do you want me to beacon the copper source in between the two?
Nah, I don't think it's that much of a need, really. Yeah, that one's going to be too steep, so to do that, I'm going to need... Okay. There we go, that to there, and then that to there. I think that gives us a nice, clear... Okay, good. That goes the way I want it. Yep. There. And now we have the rotors not needed for the next one. Ooh. $18 and $50 the iron plate. You know, that may actually be a good choice. Bounce was 15 seconds. Yeah. We
No,
got
they have.
faster iron plate recipe out of the
Oh yeah.
machine. Now, of course, the other one is, what's the bolted frame? 3 and 56. What's the regular frame take? 3 and 20 and 12. Okay, so yeah. No, I'm gonna take the bolted iron plate recipe, which can speed up the iron plate production to some extent.
No, the wiki has like efficiency analyses for all the alternate recipes, but generally speaking, it's one of those things where it's kind of hard to actually say, because it's a lot of times it's situational. What would be better to use, you know?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, the alternate recipes are faster, but might not be as energy efficient, from my understanding.
Sometimes they're not as efficient on the source materials too. But you sort of have to decide then, do you care about speed or do you care about Do you care about material? Is raw materials your problem, or is speed your problem? If speed is your problem, then sometimes you just want to use the alternates, even if they're not as efficient on the back end.
Or like, you know, the being able to make iron plates from copper and iron ore is like very useful on very specific parts of the map.
Yeah. But on the other hand, being able to pop out iron, reinforced iron plates at 3 times the speed, or
Yeah.
potentially a little bit of more raw material, I can handle that because I can improve the raw material situation in the long term.
Oh, I put the mycelium I picked up. I got like 115 or something like that.
Ah, cool.
There's like, if you go down there with a chainsaw, you can get an enormous amount of mycelium.
Oh yeah, yeah. I assume you've gone through and made yourself. It's necessary.
Yeah, I should probably craft some things for myself.
You should, yeah.
Like, I don't have a chainsaw, for example.
You might also want to see about building another iron rod machine.
I am.
And maybe see about building the second iron mine in each location. Oh, iron plates seem to be the one that... Dude. Why, thank you. Alien carapace. Tasty. Alien carapace.
That'll be the name of the dish that's served in fancy restaurants.
Alright. Nope. Hello, Mr. Alien Dude. I'm leaving. There we go. So gonna get the transportation thing finished. Get ourselves a truck or two.
Handy. I haven't had a huge amount of luck with the I mean, I haven't tried it in my current build, but the or current save, but way back when I tried setting up automated coal deliveries and it did not work.
Yeah, they've improved that a bit. But yeah, it's not great.
I forget exactly what went wrong. I think it would. I don't know if there was just like a limit to how far they could go or something.
Do have background people. What are you doing? Straight. Oh, straight. I know not very much in this house is straight. Please go straight. Okay. So that coal generator is filling up with water, gas, and then we put the other there, so connect to there, and connect to there. Why is that not running? Oh, that's why. Okay, we will have a power problem soon if we don't fix this. So guess what I forgot to do?
What's that?
Actually hook the output from the,
The mind of the power.
yeah.
Yes, that might help.
I guess that could be a concern for somebody.
I did the exact same thing when I set up mine there in that spot as well. It was like, why'd I run out of power? Everything's working correctly. And I'm like, oh, there's no way for the coal to get into the thing.
Okay. But at least we have a decent backlog of coal now.
I don't know.
We should have over here. Did you drop your portable miner on a coal theme?
No, I did not.
Okay, then that's fine. I went to go looking for the other portable miners to pull them off the coal seams because, well, we don't need them on the coal seams anymore because we have an actual miner on the coal seam.
And since I only had the one in my inventory, I was like, I should probably save this for something that's not right next to everything else.
Yeah.
Feels weird that I have been in this game for this long, and this is the first time I have had any iron plates in my inventory.
Yeah, because it is basically the first thing you wind up putting together, normally.
I was like, oh, I should make some more beacons for myself, just to make sure I don't run out.
The maximum power production is 150 megawatts. We are currently consuming... We spiked up to, like, 90 for a second. So, good. Our,
I fed the, I fed the biomass, machines, so that might be where the power spiked. Or the factory's making biomass out of leaves and wood.
Ah! Okay. We are outputting so much water, from the pump that... Okay, that pipe is at full flow. That pipe is at full flow. I think we are at a point where... we're actually producing more... How do I put this? I think we're producing more... Wow, my brain is taking a vacation right at the moment. Yeah, the output water supply is... We're definitely keeping the current coal plants fully supplied. But want to keep an eye on what the water supply is doing. I think we might actually be using more water than we're producing.
I don't remember what the numbers are offhand, unfortunately.
So, no, we're doing a net positive. Okay.
I remember it being something weird, like it's like something like 1.5 power plants to each water pump, or I remember it being, it doesn't match up perfectly, like the output of a thing to the coal plants.
Yeah. We'll have to keep an eye on it. We'll see if we need to address that at some point. I mean, we clearly will, but hopefully not for a while. Okay. Still 64, that's popping through quite fine. Actually, yes. That should actually help with that.
Anything you want me to work on?
Well, that's the thing. I'm trying to figure out what to do next now. I mean, you can get the vehicular transport stuff going.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, I'll just sit here and stare at the walls for a sec while I figure out what's going on. So, coal plant's full, coal plant's full. We seem to be doing okay on the water. Yeah, I think at this point now we just need to start working on some of the upgrades. And definitely want to get the vehicular transport, because getting the truck is really helpful. So I usually do a collab on Tuesday evenings.
Yeah.
But I know, well, not know, but I think the person whose server it is actually on vacation for a little bit. So I don't think it's a viable option right now. So I'll probably wind up...
server?
No. That was a very weird noise. Oh! The broken materials thing at drop pods actually make noises. I hadn't noticed that before.
Huh.
I just happened to be standing right next to it as it made a tink tink noise, and I'm like, wait, what on earth is that tink tink noise? And it turns
that
out
like
it's
cooling metal sound.
Yeah. And I realized they're doing that. No, what I was meaning is I usually do something like Minecraft or something with the other streamers that I know, but one of them there, the one who's been running these servers for these things, is basically on vacation at the moment, as far as I know, so
Yeah.
I'll probably wind up running Satisfactory this evening for a little longer. I know you said you were going to go off and grab dinner at some point.
Yeah, but I figured since I'm not like doing anything mission critical exactly, it wouldn't matter if I just run off whenever food's ready.
Yeah. Usually I only stream this until my Tuesday thing until about 45 minutes-ish from now. So 5 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
BST. And then I go off and have dinner myself. Not sure what I'm going to do this evening. I do know one of the other streamers that I usually hang out with on Tuesday nights has suggested trying to figure out something else for themselves to do. And so I was sitting there going, well, we could always, find some of the other games that we have and stream something. She's a spreadsheets and space player as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. She started talking about it and talking about potentially doing something for a stream. Collab stream where we basically tried to do the Twitch co-op and thoroughly get our butts handed to us by everyone who is stream sniping. So I actually looked at my EVE account and went, wow, I haven't looked into this thing in like 13 years.
The problem, I actually gave my account to someone else. I was like, yeah, I don't actually have an EVE account anymore because they were like, they were like, oh yeah, I need an extra account to haul ice, and I'm like, well, that's what I was doing that made me want to quit the game, so I'm already set up for it. It's like, yeah, one of everything was going well with my gaming group way back when, like 15 years ago, whenever this was, we were playing that game, and then somebody dropped like $500 to buy in-game currency so that he could set up a player-owned starbase, which at the time was like the peak, technology level.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, it basically turned, because he set up that player-owned starbase, and we're all like relatively new people, it turned into us spending our time helping him keep the thing running.
Yeah.
I think I also just had the problem of never having figured out what my goal was in that game at the time.
Yeah. When I first started playing EVE, it was more, honestly, I was in a company that was responsible for writing the software that helped people figure out where they could get internet services from. I don't want to say the company name because my role in the company was one of 3 people. So.
Hey, I don't want to dox yourself.
Yeah. At the time, I was as part of the application administration team. And so what we were doing was making sure that the application itself was functional and running and so on. At every certain amount of time, we would do an update to the software. So engineering would hand us the packages for stuff to be installed. And all of us on that team had different goals during release night. And I would find that I would spend you know me, I'm something of a toolsmith when it comes to doing things, so what wound up happening was I got handed this. We have this thoroughly complicated setup that requires us to do this, and then this, and then this, and then this. And so we do all of that, and that then leads us to having this release happen on schedule. It's like they would spend like 12 to 14 hours and going to each system and each server and making sure that this was installed and that was running and this is done and that is done and these other things, the database changes happen and so on. And I'm sitting there going, I can write scripts to shut down and start up and make sure everything starts up in the right order, and I can adjust all the scripts and click, 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 click. So like my third release or something, I was on the portion of the program that nobody wanted to touch because it was all the customer-facing side of things. And as in our actual customers, not the people who are using the software. And I literally had that scripted to a point where the project manager for the release schedule would turn around and say, okay, Leath, it's time for you to go. And so I'd push my buttons, and then 5 minutes later I'd say, okay, everything's shut down. And the first time I did that, I got a, wait, what? But it usually takes like an hour for that to get shut down. Why did it take that long? Yeah. So I literally just wrote things that went out to all the various servers and went, bam, shut down, shut down, shut down, shut down, shut down. And then all the startups and everything. So I was finding that it was, a 12-hour evening where I was required to be in the office in case something went wrong. So I was literally being paid to sit in the office just in case, but not actually being paid to. I didn't have to do anything unless something went wrong. So I was literally just, okay, what can I do with my time? So I wound up sitting in the room with the project manager with the big conference room, the big wood screen up and so on. And I had my laptop and I just pulled up Eve and just started playing. So it was something to do on release nights. Because there was also, early on, there was a lot of, it took a week to learn certain skills, and it just physically took that long, time-wise, because it was right around the release of the game. So, yeah, it was just one of those, I do this, and then I do this, and then I play Eve for 3 hours, and then I push the next button, and then I continue to play Eve for another. That was pretty much what I did.
That's just making me think of I remember hearing back. I don't remember exactly which period of this time this was. I think it was in the first half of the 20th century, somewhere in there. Of a train company, one state had like a minimum of 8 crew in the train instead of like 5 or whatever the normal was. So there were like 3 guys that were literally just paid to meet the train at the border and ride the train until it got to the other side of the state and then get out.
Yeah.
And it's like, they would be playing Eve if Eve existed at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, quite literally, that's all I did for the time, was just sit there. Yeah.
It has a fun problem, by the way, like yesterday I was like, I have been procrastinating doing getting started on my roommate and I's, let's start learning coding challenge.
Yeah.
And of course now the problem is just because I was in the right headspace, not only did I finish the thing that we talked about doing, I did the next thing we were talking about doing and got like a third of the way through the basic JavaScript course on a different website. It's like, now I probably won't touch it again for like 3 days, but...
Well,
yeah,
whatever you need to do to motivate yourself.
I mean, I just generally have this problem of like, you know, I do enjoy this stuff. It's just starting doing it, getting over that hump.
Well, you know what they say. You could join the procrastinators meetings, but we haven't gotten around to scheduling them yet.
Yeah, yeah. I have been working on I've been feeding the rotor factory to make sure that it's at 100% efficiency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What was I about to say? Yeah, I need to find... I did have the fun thing of remembering that I used Visual Studio Code last time I dived into programming. And downloading Visual Studio instead, and I'm like, why is this 16 gigs?
Because Visual Studio is an absolute blow.
Yeah. Visual
wasn't the package
Studio
that you were
Code is
running.
yeah, or Visual Studio Code, from what I remember anyway, is actually pretty nice and lightweight, and apparently is like the most popular thing for just writing code scripts at the moment. Which is funny because it's Visual Studio Code, but it doesn't have the visual component, so it should just be called Studio.
Studio Code.
Because it's basically Microsoft's Notepad++ or whatever equivalent, but with like the I forget what that's called, when it checks your like the autocomplete for your code and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, like it has that integration in it, which is why it's so popular, I think.
Okay, so if I take make constructors. Okay, so if I make, so if I want to make one of those, then I need, there we go. I need iron rods so I can make more furnaces. Okay. Usually around this time I get an influx of users, because of course I do.
Around the time you're about to leave.
Yeah. I'm glad I have a mute button handy. I don't really want to blow people's eardrums out with my sneezing.
I do like something that my current headphones, like or headset has that my old ones didn't, of like it automatically muting when you lift the mic. It's quite handy because I don't have to think about it. I just slap the mic up and then it's muted.
Yeah, that does sound nice.
I don't know what I would do if I was set up with like an actual, you know, serious mic instead of a headset though.
Yeah, I've done something weird recently. I switched away from using a serious headset. Or using a serious mic because it just turned out that I was actually running into weird issues with doing so. Not... How do I put it? So, the weird issues were that I was getting strange feedback. It's like that I shouldn't be getting any feedback.
kind of the point of using one of those mics, of having the, what do you call it? I used to know the audio engineering terms for this. The audio isolation bubble that the mic creates.
Yeah. And yes, that would in fact be the correct term. So let's see if I put that there. That damage is in the wrong spot. Of course it is. So that can make iron ingots now. Right. So I also have the ability to put that in. That one there goes to there. Okay, so if you take this guy, there, and then remove that one, and you get power line, power line. Okay. So I think. Right. Okay. I got that one the wrong way. Position. No. 7 there. No job. There we go. So we take that one to there, that one to there, and then those will bounce out there, which will give that to run. Okay. Good. So we have the next foundry going. Take that one, I'll put that there. We'll put another splitter in. There. Yes, that there. Great. And then into iron rods. And that one there should be a merger, so we can do this and that. Place that direction. Should be able to do that. And we should wind up having. We have just doubled the speed of our production of iron rods.
Nice. We're getting pretty close to having vehicular transport done. Just need some rotors.
Rotors, yeah. And they need,
rods and nails. I don't know why I always want to call them nails instead of screws.
yeah, it needs rods and screws, and so my first step was doubling the speed of the rod construction so that we can hopefully actually keep up with the unit that's making them at the moment. Because they need, it's supposed to use 10 iron rods per minute, and I don't think we were making 10 iron rods per minute. That's the first one made. It's supposed to make 15 per minute, but it wasn't. So maybe it was just that we had a bottleneck further up.
Oh, where do I have my little sketch of the relations of production here? Like, for each, let's see. Yeah, like, so you need like 100 screws a minute to be able to make rotors, which means you need at least 3 screw factories, which means you would need at least 2 rod production, which needs at least 2 iron production.
I think the biggest issue, though, is we had a conveyor belt throughput issue on the back end.
Ah, yeah.
So the iron rods that are supposed to be outputting at 15 a minute, well, if the throughput from the conveyor is nowhere near that,
Yeah.
what is the Mark 1? Up to 60 resources per minute. It's like, okay, but it needs to actually get the resources in, and yeah. So we should actually see a bit of a boost in the output now. Don't expect it to be a huge boost, but we should see a little bit of a boost.
Yeah, like a 20% or 20 or 30%, something like that.
Yeah.
That is like the one thing in my factory that I need the tier 3. Actually, no. The number of screw factories I had actually got to the point that I had to have 2 parallel tier 3 conveyor belts to feed the rest of the factory. Because I was making like 500 a minute or something.
That's why what I like to do is build pods. So this is only this is one pod setup. But what I intend to do is once we have rail, I'll literally build something like this to fill a rail car full of screws when it comes by. At one of the outer iron points. So literally we'll build it up so that it all it is like the screw factory, and a trainload of screws will come into the main factory here to fill up the containers.
That's the thing I need to figure out with my like super compact system is I need to figure out what is the minimum increment I can do and make, so I can make like a modular factory using that compact design, so that the compact design no longer like it's not I need to tear this entire thing apart because I need to add like one more factory somewhere. It's just I'll just build another clone of this modular factory to double the production or whatever.
Trying to see if we're actually building a backlog now of iron rods, and I think we might be, but it's really slow. So I think we're gonna need another iron rod.
Yeah. Probably. Like I think I had like a 2-to-1 ratio of iron rods to plates in my factory, or even more than that. It was something like 16 iron rods, 14 screws, and like 6 plates, I think, to get everything for the first or the second phase of the thing done. Second phase of the space elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised when I got everything said and done. I'm like, oh wow, you don't actually, in the grand scheme of things, you don't actually need that many plates. It's just that the structural, whatever they are, the middle one is just so hungry for rods. That sounds weird when I say it that way.
Well, only a lot. And this is why I have an 18 plus Twitch stream.
Yeah.
So you get the rough away with saying things like hungry for rods and not run afoul of Twitch rulings. No, I don't want it that side. That would be silly. There.
It's funny to see how, like, you know, like lives. So nobody cares on live streams about swearing on YouTube, but on the videos that get created from Twitch and YouTube cut together, they have to censor like every swear word because the YouTube algorithm has got to the point that it will demonetize you for saying like shit one too many times.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, so this video is like talking about like a very adult topic, and yet they have to censor, you know, swear words. to get past the thing. Like, this is not a topic that is kid friendly at all, but we have to censor it like it's broadcast TV.
Well, actually, we have to censor it worse than broadcast TV for Twitch. Oh, for YouTube.
Yeah.
For Twitch, we're allowed to get away with broadcast TV standards. So as long as we don't say fuck too many fucking times, then we should be fucking okay. But then, of course, you slap the mature label down, and you get to say fuck, 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 fuck. And Twitch doesn't care as much. Yeah, of course, I'm only saying that for comedic value in this situation.
I don't know if the ads are synced, but at least I've got an ad at the moment, so it's not like it matters.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell me when the ads finish, because I should have ads finishing now.
Like 10 seconds for me?
Okay.
And we're back. There we go. Yeah, at least in my end. I don't know how much the delay is.
5 or 6 seconds. There, apparently. And for those people watching or lurking or whatever else, we were just talking about how the ad delays and things. So, where is the smelter? Okay, so we need 5 more iron rods. I'm starting to run into a smelter bottleneck. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And I love how the only thing I'm caring about is the iron rod facility. The rest of it, literally, I'm not like, yes, I'll worry about getting enough screws eventually, but right now, if we don't have the iron rods keeping the one screw facility full, then,
yeah.
But it is starting to build the backlog.
Yeah.
We're very close to being able to. Oh yeah, we're at 70. I see. Not 70. 87. If I could words, that would be so much better. I've heard that words are a thing that Twitch streamers should be able to do. But I wouldn't want to stereotype it.
It would be interesting to see somebody do a stream of just no words used, all abstract concepts,
Well, people don't do it with abstract concepts, but a lot of people do no mic streams.
Yeah.
Especially nude streamers and things like that, so it is fairly common, especially among the VTuber space.
I'm remembering back when I first found my gaming group as a teenager, I didn't have a microphone, and they used, I think it was Ventrilo.
The good old days. Back when you didn't have to putz around with audio for 20 years because Discord decides that it doesn't want to just do audio.
Yeah, my group used. We switched to TeamSpeak pretty quickly after that, but I didn't, because I didn't have a mic. I used text to speech, so there was just a meme of "arg" or Araski says "arg" was like the in-group joke.
Oh, we don't have any handles? Really? Huh. Well, that's what we have a crafting bench over here for. Yay!
Long-range transportation, as well as the construction of outposts, is now encouraged. Vehicle stations have built-in functionality to refuel and restock or collect parts.
I smell food, so I'm probably approaching heading out.
Okay.
I can hypothetically be back on later.
Well, I'm gonna just keep streaming for a little while. I'll check in with the other person and see where we're at.
Yeah, when I log out, should I go back into the hub, or would you rather maintain the ability to move that without screwing something up?
You could just mute yourself and leave yourself in the channel if you think you're coming back. If you're not, then
Or I mean,
yeah.
where should I log out so that my character,
Oh.
sitting down is not in the way of anything? Is all.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. My recommendation: build yourself a personal storage chest somewhere, and maybe go sit on the chest, and that way it's a very clear. Who's who?
Yeah, because I was basically just thinking if I sat in the hub, that would mean that you might not be able to move the hub a little bit without me blocking it if you needed to move it for some reason. Almost.
Let's
make a truck.
Whoa! That would be nice. We should figure out what we want to do as the next upgrade. I'll look at that in a sec. Right, that's what I was doing.
I think I did want to look at, or one thing I haven't looked into is like how efficient, like, I'm assuming that stuff still sucks up power even if it's not running to some extent, but I don't know what the numbers are on that.
I think it actually doesn't use any power if it's not running.
Oh yeah. It's like you could just go ahead and get like the base stuff maxed out, like making sure you have the maximum number of smelters paired with the miners and stuff like that, so that the rest of it, so that's done for when we need to add on to other things.
Yeah, a lot of the power does drastically drop off once you start building backlogs of things, and so that is sort of something that I've been looking at. That's the reason why I don't mind building a massive factory, because, well...
I mean, that's usually the first thing that I'll end up doing is just like, I'm gonna make sure I have exactly the right number of ore thing, or smelters, there we go, to match with my ore output. But I also have I also keep a bunch of plant matter reactors to as a buffer.
Yeah. The term is picoplat. At least amongst power plant stuff. Okay, that's done, so what's the next here? So basic steel production. Okay, that is something we will need. Oh, we can build hypertubes. I'd so love doing hypertubes from my
I haven't actually used them before.
Oh, we should build a hypertube system to get up to the coal plants then. The improved melee combat. So we can have the sword.
the finger quotes sword.
Yes.
I wonder what it actually is supposed to be doing, or is it? Did they have like a thing in mind, or is this just a cool sci-fi object?
I think it's an extension. So at the moment we have basically the taser.
Yeah.
No, not the taser. You can shoot distance. It's the
Stun gun.
Stun gun. So we basically have a small stun gun. Going up to the next one gives you a stun baton.
Ah, yeah.
And I don't know why they call it stun, because you're quite clearly killing the alien creatures, but I suspect it's a matter of getting around some of the weird censorship in some of these countries.
Hmm.
I love how the one mine is producing enough ore to keep the storage container full. And it keeps shutting itself off because it builds a backlog that then goes out. And that's currently feeding the 3 furnaces that aren't quite yet keeping up with the storage. Though our inlay versus outlay, we are building a stockpile up, so that's going to build out. We definitely have a stockpile coming through into the iron rod facility. And now, out of it, yes, we're starting to store some in the storage container. Yay! That's what I wanted to see.
Still not. What are we? Oh, okay. I guess it's the screws aren't keeping up. I was like, why is the production not at 100%? And we've got layer 1 of production finished with, or like is overproducing, but layer 2 isn't.
Yes. And so I want to work on extending that, but the first step was to get layer 1 overproducing. Now that we have that, I can actually start on overproducing on layer 2.
There, now we have a truck.
Hooray!
Oh, that's weird. There's 2 trucks, and one of them is level with the ground, and one of them is level with like a flat plane. I don't know why. This must just be some weird netcode problem.
It's a multiplayer thing. That was the issue that I first saw in your world when I got on the truck.
Ah, yeah.
And I mentioned, hey, come on over here and have a look at this truck. And you went, okay, what's wrong with the truck?
I see, yes. There we go. Yeah, there's just like a weird black clone truck that left is floating there for me. Yeah, I figured I already had most of the materials. I figured I'd go ahead and put a truck together.
I have added the second screw production construction, so we'll see how much our backlog disappears over time on layer 1. But that should also improve our going forward ability stuff. You know, our going forward ability. That's the words, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can words. I can. I have been known to.
I mean, you know, technically all we have to do is just use the word forward ability enough.
That's true.
That probably is a word. I'm just not sure what the exact context would be. The forward ability of an email.
Yeah, that would be a valid use case, I would suspect.
Wait, want me to hook up these back up to the
No,
storage
I want them to make sure they build up.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see. If I put them in the storage containers, they would run off to the next step.
Yeah. Seeing gaps coming out of the storage container with the screws is interesting.
Mm.
This is a great deal more effective than it was earlier.
I'm gonna go find some random spot to sit down overlooking the base and log out there.
You gotta put a personal chest down first? suggested.
Oh yeah, 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 sure.
My recommendation is drop a personal chest down, dump all your stuff into the personal chest. Just in case something goes weird with the net code or whatever. That way when you
Oh, yeah,
connect
yeah.
again, you won't have a... Like, if it wipes your character for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. And it means that, you know, if you ever, like, oh, I need a chainsaw or something, then you go
Yeah.
check for it. I think. And on that note, I'll try and find a place that is not difficult to get to.
Well, I mean, you could try that.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, this'll work.
Okay,
I
so...
felt like it would be appropriate to have my character just sitting looking over at the factory on a cliff.
Yeah, sounds about right. Alright. Let me find out what's going on here. Okay, that's that.
I have found for just like getting around, by the way, that like ladders are actually quite useful.
Oh yeah,
Very-
they can be.
They're cheap and compact way to move vertically.
Yeah, yeah. It seems you've heard of ladders before. Both in real life and in this game, because, yeah.
Well, I think the important thing is that in the game we don't get tired, so there's not really a downside to ladders.
Though I really do like the hypertubes. Once we set them in, I think you'll understand why they're so fucking cool.
Have you ever unlocked the little folding car?
Yes, I love that thing. So that massive base I built out over the ocean, I actually have multiples of the little folding car around to go to various points in. So at various points, I have the little folding car at the end of a bunch of hypertubes. So
Yeah.
because the factory is so big, the driving across it, even in the scout car, is slow. I was half
That was
tempted.
like the first time that I actually got somewhat deep into this game, I was like, why would I ever bother to build floors? I'll just build everything on the dirt. And then I unlocked the car and saw how impossible it is, the little folding car, and saw how impossible it was to control on the dirt. And I'm like, okay, I see now.
And you want the little folding car to move around your factory, because that thing zips.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't like
I
that
just, now that I have a
stupid
reason,
slope.
I fully embraced converting the world into concrete and steel, you know?
Yeah. Like Fix It intended.
I had to walk back because I realized I have no plates, so I can't can't make a storage container.
Okay. And so with 25 rotors and 50 other things, I'll be able to build the sword. Oh, so it turns out PvP is a thing in this,
Interesting.
which I thought was the weirdest thing ever. It was highly entertaining, because I think for like the first 5 or 10 minutes of Spacey being on the, in the world, we were chasing each other around and zapping each other with the, zapping stick.
I mean, yes, if you threw two people onto an alien world and gave them stun batons, I think they would just, the first thing they would do is try hitting each other with them, just to.
Yeah. Ow, this thing hurts. Here. Human's gonna human.
Okay, there we go. I'm logging out on the hill where over the basically I'm over where the copper stuff is, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, that'll give you a nice vantage over that whole thing. You can
I
see
hit the wrong button. Holy whoa, what? So I hit the respawn button on accident. And on my screen there is a body that is the size, it's massive. Like the entire base is covered with like a rag doll, kind of massive.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm not seeing it on my screen, but I want to go see what your corpse actually looks like then.
I'm going to try and the problem is I cannot see because the camera is inside the body. I can't quite see the extent of it. But I think I'm looking at the bottom of the helmet, and it's like the size of a miner or something.
Oh.
Oh, I don't have a print screen button on this keyboard. Oh, and then I respawned. Oh well.
No, you didn't.
Oh, you can revive people.
Yeah, I was able to revive you. But before I couldn't. I think that's because you released or something. Maybe is there, do you have, yeah, so I think if we die, it's probably better off to just wait and see what happens with the other people. Yeah. But yeah, this is a really nice spot. You still have the corpse in front of you?
No, it disappeared.
No, okay.
Badly. Before I should have taken a screenshot.
Yeah.
But I forgot what button this key, like the one complaint I have about this keyboard that I bought recently, because I was like, oh, I'm going to be doing coding, I need a keyboard that has a working bracket key.
Oh yeah, that probably helps. Once in a while, anyway.
But yeah, the one thing I don't like about it is that it doesn't have a, it's like a 75% layout if you know anything about mechanical keyboard layouts. But it doesn't have a print screen button. And I can remember which F button it is that you Steam screenshot with.
I can never remember either.
The smell of cooking food is calling me to the kitchen, so I'm going to go do that.
Well, go eat. If I'm still here when you wish to join, you can. I also have something I keep telling my viewers who have my Steam friend thing, if you have this game, you are quite welcome to join. This is something more of a, hey, random people. But if you're gonna duck out of Discord as well, then that's cool. I'm saying that in case you want to, yeah.
I will be eating dinner with them, so.
Right.
Or with my roommates, or I would just join back on after I got food.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll be back in a while.
Alright. So that needs extra rods, so let's grab all of those. Yep. Six, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, now that I have the power situation sorted, I'm going to do some of the base cleanup that I wanted to do. Oh, good. That actually worked. That's nice. Now, because I don't have the appropriate. Okay. So yes, we'll bring that from there, and this one from here. So this here. We shall put that there. There, and then this merger. Oh, good. And that'll let me pull that in from there when I want to. So, there. I'm going to take the. Where are we at? Organization. Storage container here. We'll put that. We will put that in there. But that's going to be more iron rods. So we'll do that in a sec. And then we'll bring that out from there. Okay, so. Yes. Looks like it is building up, so that's good. But because I'm going to need a ton of those, I'm just going to let that go there. And we'll go from there.
Milestone reached. R&D inflated your pocket dimension, added an additional hand equipment slot, and have provided an improved Xeno Zapper with increased strength and range.
But now if I say things. So apparently the streamer was muted. Hope everyone checks out their bingo cards for that. So apparently I've been talking to myself for I don't know how long, and yeah. Hey! You redeemed the horse! If you don't want a horse, don't redeem the horse. I'll be around the horse for a little bit. Yes, that is in fact what that is. And that's why I put it on the funny number of points, because I think it's funny. Where am I? Well, I'm right here. Look. Right. I think I'm going to check on some statuses and things. Okay. So that seems to be pushing through. So these guys actually have a backlog of iron rods, which should relate to a backlog building up in here. Yeah, it seems that I may actually be may wind up building a backlog. Just a little bit, but it's just enough. So that might be good. I should actually give myself a little timer when I do that. Because I need to... The horsey, should only run for a little while. This does take a bit out of me. Right. Screws coming in. Okay, plenty of that. That seems like a pretty continuous stream coming out. There's probably a faint gap I'm not seeing. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I think there's a few gaps in there that it's just not would not normally be there. Oh, that's building that up. I wonder if Audrey is still here. Because I don't think she's actually seen the model live. Yeah. I know Oresky hasn't seen the model live. Noises I move around a little bit here. This clicky clicks are what everyone tunes in for, right? Well, that's one way of using the request queue. Oh yeah. That's your yeah. Okay. The timing on that was perfect. I switched back to my other model and then suddenly... Speaking of switching back to my other model, I'm going to quickly dock for a sec. I need to. I need to, you know, go deal with some biological necessities. Mainly, I need more hydration. And I will then be right back, so it won't take me too long. I'm going to throw us up to the be right back screen and run the 3-minute ad break as well for everybody, because that'll also mean that we won't see ads for another hour when that comes through. And I'm also going to poke people and find out if there's anything else happening this evening. And we'll see from there what else is going on. So, I'll be back in a sec, everyone.
That, like, I watched Amara throw something at you, and then your character just went cross-eyed. That's definitely something that's worth clipping.
Now, if only I had someone in my chat willing to actually clip that for me. Such as one of my mods who happens to actually be in the channel at the moment.
I'm trying to work on it. I don't know if I am.
Take a photo of. Why?
Okay, as long as you take a photo of it first, you can play with it as much as you like. I'm not a very vegetarian because I love animals. I'm a vegetarian because I hate plants. Let's
Tracy has a nice pickle.
God, I'm thirsty.
Some people I know think that I'm crazy. Well, I know at times I act a little lazy. Well, single player
Yes,
for this
I'm ready.
one, it really does
I'm
need at least 2
actually
people
moving
playing
down
together
this way.
to make it
Run right into
fun.
this island.
Otherwise, you spend way too much time, I found in the early game, just messing around.
Amara's throwing so much stuff at Iliad that, like, her character's model went cross-eyed. That was hilarious to witness.
Hey, some of them haven't realized that I wound up giving them a whole bunch of space. We actually have a way for you to refill your oxygen cylinders.
Nice, nice. That's epic.
Stop turning my lights on and off.
There, and like the microphone is like at a diagonal but above me angle when I do that. I kind of want to kill the villager just so he becomes a pocket villager. I don't really have one in this village though. I
can't believe you've done this.
So,
fun.
yeah.
Love you all
That is the total
Love
like
you,
AFK imposter meme.
I guess.
You guess you have a lovely bunch of coconuts?
Yes.
Look at them all in a row.
Well, big ones, small ones, some as big as your head.
Oh, wow, good.
That, like, I watched Amara throw something at you, and then your character just went cross-eyed. That's definitely something that's worth clipping.
Now, if only I had someone in my chat willing to actually clip that for me. Such as one of my mods who happens to actually be in the channel at the moment.
I'm trying to work on it. I don't know if I am.
Take a photo of. Why?
Okay, as long as you take a photo of it first, you can play with it as much as you like. I'm not a very vegetarian because I love animals. I'm a vegetarian because I hate plants. Let's
Tracy has a nice pickle.
God, I'm thirsty.
Some people I know think that I'm crazy. Well, I know at times I act a little lazy. Well, single player
Yes,
for this
I'm ready.
one. It really does
I'm
need at least 2
actually
people
moved
playing
down
together
this way.
to make it
Run right into
fun.
this island.
Otherwise, you spend way too much time, I found in the early game, just messing around.
Amara's throwing so much stuff at Iliad that like her character's model went cross-eyed. That was hilarious to witness.
Hey, some of them haven't realized that I wound up giving them a whole bunch of space. We actually have a way for you to refill your oxygen cylinders.
Nice. Nice. That's epic.
Stop turning my lights on and off.
There, and like the microphone is like at a diagonal but above me angle when I do that. I kind of want to kill the villager just so he becomes a pocket villager. I already have one in this village though. I
can't believe you've done this.
So, yeah.
That is the total like AFK imposter meme.
I guess.
You guess you have a lovely bunch of coconuts?
Yes.
Look at them all in a row.
Well, big ones, small ones, some as big as your head.
Oh, well, good.
That like I watched Amara throw something at you, and then your character just went cross-eyed. That's definitely something that's worth clipping.
Now, if only I had someone in my chat willing to actually clip that for me. Such as one of my mods who happens to actually be in the channel at the moment.
I'm trying to work on it. I don't know if I am.
Take a photo of. Why are you
Okay, as long as you take a photo of it first, you can play with it as much as you like. I'm a very vegetarian because I love animals. I'm a vegetarian because I hate plants. Let's
Gracie has a nice pickle.
God, I'm thirsty.
Some people I know think that I'm crazy. Well, I know at times I act a little lazy. Well, single player
Yes,
for this
I'm ready.
one. It really does need at least.
Okay. So, here we go. Now, fairly reasonable collection there. Oh, hi, Anna. How to play? Welcome back to Get Rated. Yes. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. How's everyone doing today? Let me move this out here so you can give you a nice background view while we give Anna a shout out here.
Yeah, I am currently contemplating rocket science, so... Success! I got a bunch of people. Nice. Welcome aboard.
I approve of evil. As long as it's the right kind of evil. So what were you playing? Are you good? And welcome, Raiders. Ah, okay. Vampire the Masquerade, Blood Hunt. BR. Trying to figure out what that is. Stressed out fat kitty blab. Oh, oh. Oh, Battle Royale. Oh. That sounds very strange, actually. I didn't realize they'd gone to a, to licensing that IP there. Good to hear, though. Help spread it around a bit. Alright. This is not anywhere near as, paced as a Battle Royale, though, so hope the rest of you raiders actually find something interesting here. Let me pull out my redeems for a sec. Oh, I should have cleared that one when I was away. But I didn't. Okay. So, what are you gonna do? I had a bunch of biofuel there. Yeah, I remember the first time I played the tabletop game. World of Darkness was really, really interesting. I think the first character was actually a Malkavian. The first edition. It's actually interesting in and of itself, now that I think about it. And where are we at? Okay, so we're actually doing well there. I want to get up to the 50 rotors, and then we're going to also have to have, oh wow, I have plenty of rotors. Okay, so that would be fine. And then we're going to need those. So we can build the frames. And that will let us start doing our steel construction. Okay. So it looks like I need a bunch of rods before I do much more with steel production. Which makes sense when I think about it. Okay. Oh, I needed 150 of them. I just need 50. Okay. Then that was fine. 15 of those. So, getting steel production moves us on to the next thing. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Stressed out fat kitty blab. That is a lot of words to put in a username. Alright. So I also need to start moving us on to phase 2 of that. What do I actually really need to be pushing on though? Let's see, I can build the awesome sink thing. Build the tractor eventually. Yeah, I need to build an awesome sink. Okay, that's what I'm gonna need to do first. So I can get some of the extra materials for things. I need 200 of those, and I don't think they're filling just yet. No. seem to be using these faster than they're coming in. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Back over here. Has a fairly good chance. Bruja, Toreador, Ventru, and Nosferatu. During the time I first started playing and now, they switched out how the various clans are seen. Originally... So the way I think of those clan names from the original game was Bruja, basically brawly melee fighters, not quite at the level of animalistic, but much more like biker gang type stereotype. Whereas Toreador are the artists, so they're all like pretty and stuff like that. Ventru are effectively think of people who have too much money, and so everything about them is based around this idea that they're rich. And Nosferatu are the information brokers who live in the sewers because think Nosferatu, the original vampire movie, which means they're also not very pretty to look at. But I do know that changed a little bit at various points in time, so I'm not sure what it what they actually relate to now. I could build a rebug out if I really wanted to. Which I've done. Medicinal inhaler would be useful, but I can't get it quite yet. Okay. I need 50 raw Caterium for that. You're 29, that, and that. Okay, so let's build a bunch of frames. So, pardon me, I'm just going to quickly flip to a... Actually, I know what I can do here. I don't have to flip to anything. I go here, and type that again. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I could just go... Turn the audio off for that, and then turn that off, and then click that button. You guys are... Okay, so that looks probably not really the best way of doing it. Okay. Just needed to clean up the redeem queue. The kits integration has a tendency of doing weird things on the redeem queue, so... let's try... That may actually help. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna need 5 more of those to finish the steel production one, and another 46 of the rotors to be able to do that as well. Thanks, Spacey! I'm getting a smattering of leftover people here. Brawlers can leap on people. Toreador are the charmers who can throw out projections they can teleport to. Nosferatu is sneaky with invisibility and traps. Ventru are the enforcers, so they can harden their skin to be invincible for a bit and stop people running. Yeah, I guess it's a way of representing them based on the original storylines. I mean, that's the thing. So much is just different that it's not really... I mean, the game came out in the 90s, so it's not like there's... If they haven't changed in the meantime, I'd be sitting here going, well, you know, it hasn't really changed, or nothing really special is happening with it. Whereas it has changed, and now I'm sitting here going, I'm not really sure what's going on. Oh, okay. Wow, it has a story in Battle Royale? That's interesting. Yeah. Not really into the whole Battle Royale genre. I'm really not into anything that's actually directly PvP. I'm very much more into cooperative games. Oh, nice. So is this actually... No, I really... Wow, I'm gonna have to backlog all the way back to here, am I? Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, if it has to happen, it has to happen. So... That is how the cookie crumbles, as they say. Alright, so I need 2 more of those. I'm just gonna need that. Waiting for the rotors to build, and then once that's done, I think we'll send the steel production off and we'll move on to the next thing. I keep... These are coming out as fast as... If I have unlocked 2. If I have unlocked 2. Unlocked 2. Okay, so effectively this stuff is moving as fast as it can. Yeah. We're not building a backlog. Yeah. But we definitely have one here that we're building up. But it is very slow to build. Almost tempted to add another set of constructors into the middle of that and just... I know if I added one more, it would be able to... It should fill faster. Yeah, I'm basically keeping up at the moment, so I think I need to add one more of these on the side if I want to build a backlog up. Okay. So, there. Let's get the chainsaw out. Oh, I know what I was working on. I got sidetracked. Because I went to go get some fluids and such. Just making sure that I clean the area out. Let me actually drop the volume down on the game just a little bit. Because all I can hear with that is the chainsaw and myself thinking. Yeah, we're not maxing out on the chainsaw either. On my own. So I was working on building the solar machinery. Or the Xenovoucher as they call it. at the truck, we can do a little bit of exploring while the parts get built. Okay. We now have the truck, so that's there. I'm not going to be expanding that. We do want those guys. A little more of these guys. And then we'll see where we're at. Okay. Shit. Then about sure I need 5 frames. So I actually want to make the frames that I can. Which I'm gonna be a little short on frames. Okay. Yeah, so I need to get enough so to be able to build 2 more frames, which means... Alright. Okay. So 12 each, so I'll need 24. I have 2, so that'll mean I'll need 20. I can get. Of course, I don't even need to do that because the game will just tell me how many I have in my inventory. So. Here I am thinking my way through, oh, I'll just be clever and calculate it, and I'm going to collect the ones that I need, and yeah, I'm going to need to do that. I can just do it. Okay. Shit. We'll take that. Yeah, we'll take that one there. Give me those. Which I need to go here to get the frames that I need. So usually I'm doing a stream with Squirrel and such, but not this evening. There is people just haven't really shown. So that won't be happening. Those that I've actually built. Ah, there we go. So sort of a zapper of a fun game. Okay. So 24 brings me closer. I need 30 hours, so trying to get the basic steel production thing there. So 7 more of those going to be necessary. This is taking a while. Yeah. Well, let's build these guys. Trying to think of a good place to put it. I'd like to actually put. Oh yeah. This area back here will do pretty nicely. Yeah. So let's create that. Okay. So, this little thing, not being facetious about it, is a way to make all the stuff that you don't need or want disappear. I don't have any cables, so I need to go make some cables for that. There we go. Okay. Right. So need that on me. I don't need the mycelium on me. What else do I got there? Oh, silicon. Yeah, I don't need that on me either. Okay. So, this guy, oh, it needs iron rods. Which means some iron, and I'm going to be semi-lazy and go around the other way. Okay. That's how we don't worry about that there. Oh, I don't have a stockpile. So I should go over the other side and grab some. Okay. There we go. 20 of them. Yeah, just a little low energy day today. Okay, so I already have that coming through there, so we're going to this one from here. There. And then we're not going to put that one in there. This is not going to do anything because it doesn't actually do anything by itself. But we're going to take the storage container here. It has an output. We're going to put it there. We'll give some space from that, and then we'll take that to there. Okay. So what we have now is anything I dump into here will get transported into this and turned into points that can be redeemed for fixing stuff. So that's what that's going to run and do for a bit. A little more there. those. Need the Caterium. I'm actually gonna take the silica because it's also something else that I don't need. So we'll drop that in there. We're looking to try to get a few points. There's a few things that we can drop in there as well that will give us a lot of points. Do we happen to have right on? I don't really have that. So, what do we got here? More iron plate. Which I don't actually need. Rotors, there we go. Those. And then that. Let's just have steel.
Milestone reached. Steel production unlocked. Foundry grants access to new, simple steel parts. An additional project part can now be constructed. Progress to the next phase is now possible.
Okay, so we're gonna leave some of these things running on automatic for a bit while we dump out and go do a little bit of exploration. So just before we do that, I'm gonna quickly dock off for just a sec. Was getting some coffee together and that. So I'll be right back.
I'm trying to.
Take a photo of. Why are you
Okay, as long as you take a photo of it first, you can play with it as much as you like. I'm not a very vegetarian because I love animals. I'm a vegetarian because I hate plants. Single player
Yes,
for this
I'm ready
one,
up.
it really does
I'm
need at least two
actually
people
moved
playing
down
together
this way.
to make it
Run right into
fun.
this island.
Otherwise, you spend way too much time, I found in the early game, just messing around.
Amara's throwing so much stuff at Iliad that like her character's model went cross-eyed. That was hilarious to witness.
Hey, some of them haven't realized that I wound up giving them a whole bunch of.
I guess.
You guess you have a lovely bunch of coconuts?
Yes.
Look at them all in a row.
Well, big ones, small ones, some as big as your head.
Oh, wow, good.
There. And like the microphone is like at a diagonal but above me angle when I do that. I kind of want to kill the villager just so he becomes a pocket villager. I don't really have one in this village though. I don't.
I can't believe you've done this.
I mean, so,
fine.
Yeah.
That is the total like AFK imposter meme.
Let's
Gracie has a nice pickle.
God, I'm thirsty.
Yes, Bessie, we actually have a way for you to refill your oxygen cylinders.
Nice. Nice. That's epic.
Stop turning my lights on and off. Some people I know think that I'm crazy. Well, I know at times I act a little lazy. Well,
That like I watched Amara throw something at you, and then your character just went cross-eyed. That's definitely something that's worth clipping.
now if only I had someone in my chat willing to actually clip that for me. Such as one of my mods who happens to actually be in the channel at the moment.
I'm trying to work on it. I don't know if I am.
Take a photo of. Why are you
Okay, as long as you take a
staring at
photo
it?
of it first, you can play with it as much as you like. I'm not a very vegetarian because I love animals. I'm a vegetarian because I hate plants. Single player
Yes,
for this
I'm ready.
one, it really does
I'm
need at least 2
actually
people
moved
playing the
down
game
this way.
to make it
Run right into
fun.
this island.
Otherwise, you spend way too much time, I found in the early game, just messing around.
Amara's throwing so much stuff at Iliad that like her character's model went cross-eyed. That was hilarious to witness.
Hey, some of them haven't realized.
Okay. So, now that I have coffee, I'm a little more perked up. Looking at my supplies and everything else I've got here. Let's have a look what we've got down. Oh. Well, that's going to be a problem. Fix this. I think that one is right. Yes, it is. So we'll put that there. That's right on the edge like that. So this one here should go here. And that will allow that to be there. Looks like it's angle. Yes, it is. So there we go. So that's that one. And that goes there. And this one here goes there. And then we can turn this on. We'll drop plugs in there. And yeah, so now we can start pumping out the smart lighting. Oh, there, our pods are returning. So that should slowly go through all that. And you know, I think about it, I actually do want to try and get one of these. So I think that's all that's necessary. to replicate that guy. Yes. Take this guy, like that here. Yes. There. This guy here. Oh, needs more. Needs more power. Oh, no. Wrong side. Yeah. Okay. So, like that. Yeah, I'll put that there. And then turn out our rods. Put the extra line in that. And that should actually wind up building us a backlog of iron rods up here. Because we seem to be using around about, maybe a little less than we have. And I'd actually like to get that so that these guys are off most of the time. So that's what we're doing with that. Oh, wait a sec. Just going to make sure that the request queue up. What do we have? Okay. Should strip some of the nuts in the storage here. Or nothing else. Okay, good. Before I go out, I should actually build a couple of miners and things like that so that I have them. So portable miners will need iron rods. That whereas the beacons will need iron rods in that. Everything needs iron rods. No. I actually wonder what happens. Can I? I wonder. Can I drop some for it? Nope. Okay. I'll retain the in-game item. Guess we'll just have to find out otherwise. Oh. So, yeah. Okay, so we're definitely building out a stockpile now. To me, therefore, this says that for 3 of those, I want 4 of that. So if I need more screws, build another layer up. And bring another line in. I think that'll be the right way of doing it. Okay. Alright. So, yes, we're building the iron thing and they got me out right now, so that's good. And, okay, so I want a couple of miners. So I have some.
actually build vehicles that I can. Should be fine. How are we doing? Yeah, okay. So, Caterium is the stuff that I really need to push on getting. Caterium and quartz. So, I should also work on getting like that. Oh, hello. Alright. A truck is an amazing vehicle in this game. It's not quite as good as some of the later vehicles, but given how useful it turns out to be, it's actually really, really useful. And while it is possible to set up automated drive routes and things, it's not necessarily beneficial. I mean, it's a thing you can do, but with the truck, it's not really that useful. I mean, I've done it. I just find that I don't really need it doing its thing, so... Oh, there's the power line. The most useful thing about the truck is while you're on it, enemy mobs can't actually attack you. They can damage the truck to some extent, but they can't actually attack you, so... Oh, and I also realized I just been driving off in a direction without saying anything. So, the reason I'm driving up here is I wanted to check in on the power plant up here. So, let's start by... Oh, I need more iron. Okay. We have peaked a few times, so we actually are going to want to have another whole thing out here, another whole generator. Which wouldn't be a bad idea to let us have 225 what's Squidwards? 225 Squidwards? Maybe it's 225 Squidwards. Okay. So there's Caterium up there. Okay. But I want to try and keep it near the main base. So... Oh. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Bouncing around. Okay. Actually, iron. There's an iron source over there. I'm glad I can help you.
There's a couple of cheaty things you can do with the truck. We can actually drive out beside the small things like this, and yeah, pure iron. Oh, we don't have. I'm actually going to drop a miner on this then. Because that way we have a copper miner and a real miner nearby, and we have a limestone miner. So we have all the stuff here. We could kickstart a lot of stuff. Or if we happen to be out and need something, there's something right here, so... If that gets to about halfway... There we go. Okay. I wanted to get a little bit of iron for finishing up that little section there. So... Oh. Is that a blue slug? Yes, it's a blue slug. Okay. So, pick up the blue powers. Okay. We'll pick up the power slug, and then that will let us do a bunch of other things. Okay, so... Probably give it another half hour, and then I think I'm gonna go find myself dinner. Interesting. I have to look through that. Whee! That. There. Build that through the middle of the creature. You are very silly. There. Getting the truck over and through that spot is actually going to be really easy now. Shit. Yeah, actually, let's take this over here. Put a couple stacks of coal in the back of it. Because that way we have some supplies for longer trip. Oh, and actually, I do want a couple of extra stacks of that because some of the things we want to build in the map are going to require. So. Put those in there. Okay, so let's head back to the main base. As Araski mentioned, there are ways to get through this because you're basically under the gas cloud. Whereabouts do I want to get? Right here. There. When I am at the bottom, I'm going to hit the... I'm going to get out, and we're going to have a look around and see what we can use to... where the nearest Caterium or quartz is. So... if we find some that are near each other, then we'll go there. And yes, I know I keep driving over the planets, but I'm actually trying to build a this is the road, effectively. That's how you get facing not to be standing in the air. You drive over with a truck. Okay. So, oh, we need sulfur too, so I'm going to say Caterium. Oh, actually, that one's not that far away. So where is that one? Whee! "600 meters this direction." Let's have a look around here. Dunk, 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 dunk. One there and on there. There. Where is it? 130 meters that way. Okay. What if it's on top of the hill? Yes, I think it's going to be up on top of the hill. Let's have a quick look around and see if there's an easy way. I mean, there won't be an easy way up there from this log, but there might be a way around if we go this way. I think I'm about to find out that the answer is no, that there is in fact no way up there. Oh, I think I know where this is. And I think it's going to, if I get out, let's just pause this for a sec. Get out top of the truck. It's going to be up there. Okay. So, how am I doing on supplies? I have a few of those things. Okay. So, here's what I'm going to do. Therefore, okay. So I don't know if this is angled up enough or if I'm going to need to get a little bit further. Okay, let's not try that one. Let's try that there. Put it there, okay. We have a slug. And there's the Caterium. Okay. House log. A little snacky snack. Okay, so there's the thing. What I want to do is take a road-ish thing up here that way. And yes, that all made all perfect sense when I was thinking it in my head, and it makes zero sense when I actually say it out loud. But, why am I required to make sense when I say things like that? Okay, so now... Oh, there we go. Caterium. Okay. So for now, I take that. I'm gonna put that there. Then we're gonna look over the edge here and figure out which is going to be the best ways for us to get there. Yeah, if I run straight off that way, that'll give me a nice clean way. Eventually, places like this will hook up with trains. And now, we're gonna do it a different way. There we go. Let me go as far as you'll let me. Let me go as far as you'll let me. I think that is what they'll let me do. Okay. So I'm a little short to get all the way back. So what I'm going to do is head back up here for a
Your
second.
contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
What? What artifact? I don't see an artifact. And there, we have the Katerion for the VAM. I'm gonna try to get down to the truck without death. Restored. Or death. You died. Yes. Well, graphical glitches. There. Okay, so I want to get down. Now we have a truck. I can drive around to the other side. It's a lake here. Oh. I built a base over there at one point. Wow. Yes, I have played this quite a few times and set up quite a few different bases. I get most of the way through it, and then for some reason I get distracted or I build things to the current generation and then just sort of stop. And then they add some more stuff in early access, and then I come back again, and I'm like, but do I really want the base that way? Maybe I should just do something else. And so needless to say, I do something else. And, yeah. I do a lot of restarting as well. But once I got up high enough in the what things give you, I started realizing that I was actually doing myself a disservice by doing that, so now I try to make sure that I run all the way through until get to a reasonable point, which for me is after the production of fuel. By my last plant base, I did take all the way through to nuclear power, which was really nice. But it's not anywhere near as useful as it should be. I could make power shots, but I'm not going to, so no, wrong way. They should go there. Put that in there. Accurate. Okay, so that's fine. Oh, we may. Really? I thought the man. Oh, okay. I don't yet know how to make unpack. So, before I do that, let's just hit the button and see where it is, but I need to make sure I can get up there. Wow, yeah, it's a long ways away. Gonna make 2 coupons, let's shut that down for now. Wow, 2 clicks that way is the closest solver. Okay. I have plenty of deuterium, so let me kill that. So, let's see, what did that one be? 3 clicks that way. Ugh. Yeah, that's going to require a track if we're going to do that. So, deuterium, that's research. And you will want to do that. So, here's what we're going to do here. We're going to have a constructor, foundry, a smelter. Actually, yeah, let's put a foundry in over near where the coal plant is. We'll put 2 Mark 1 miners down. And I think that should be good. Okay. Where are we at? Still not stockpiling anything. How's this doing? Ah, good. We're actually getting a decent stockpile there. Need some reinforced iron plates. So let's grab one from the outlet here when it kicks it out. Give me. Gonna need some wire. And rodage. Okay. We'll need 10 modular frames. Gonna take a lot more effort. Because that is going to need things like screws and other stuff, so we'll do it. I know something I can do to get those moving along. But I'm not going to click on that right now. We'll do that. Right now I want to get the... So what I'm planning on doing here is setting up 2 little remote sites. One to give me steel, the other to give me deuterium wire. Because with deuterium, you don't actually need... You can't use it until you bring it down to deuterium wire. So that will be sort of the goal for that end of the system. Which also means I probably want... I've got a bunch of that. Yeah, I'm building up a stockpile, so I'll just grab the loose ones off the end there. Pin rotors. How are we doing down there? I think we're actually going to be dealing with a small backlog. Actually, what is that? Oh no, that's right. It's just, it curves around and then curves back out again. That's just weird. Looks that way. So here we go. Yeah, we got a decent connection here. Oh, we actually don't have stacks of rotors. But we can do that. Which gives me the 10 rotors I need. And in fact, what I'm going to do here is just yoink out that. plates because, yeah. Okay, because we need 10 module frames and I may as well get everything set up to do that. So... while I think about it, how are we at here? Oh, so I only need 10 of these? Okay. Oh, it just uses iron rods. Ah! So... stop. Alright, so... we have everything we need. We have constructor, smelter, foundry, and 2 miners. Okay. How am I doing on plates? I only have 200. Okay. So what I'm going to do is collect another chunk of those. There. And the reason for getting the extras is just we're going to need to put down all sorts of things. And from hopefully. No, I actually don't want that. I want to go back up here because I do want to go up here. I'm going to need to connect the foundation pieces I was putting in to allow us to get up there, and I'm also going to need to build in various conveyor belts and things, so having the extras is helpful. So what do we got here? Is there anything special? It looks like it should be something. Huh. Okay.
Comply.
Okay. That's there. This thing is just going to annoy me.
To harvest this specimen.
Like keep making noises at me, so
Harvest.
oh.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Yes, shut up. Okay. You didn't have such an alien sounding voice. It would be less weird. Okay. So now we can just drive the truck up there. It goes slowly. Because this is the wrong angle for the truck. Now I guess what I could do is if I do that, that's more the truck angle.
And so when we get down to here, player's in the way. That would probably be me. Okay. So yeah, getting the truck up and down that. Well, getting down the other one would be quick. But getting up it is slow, so there. I need to move the truck a little bit. And then there. And honestly, I don't mind putting in some extra foundations like this. Actually, what I should be doing is taking these and extending it this way, because we're going to put in a small production plant here. So like that, I mean, we're going to pick that guy up. We're going to go here to the miner. So we're not going to go to the miner, we're going to go to the smelter here. We're going to put the smelter down properly first. Which, yes, it does fit that way, so there we go. Now we're going to take the miner, and we're going to position it so it's vaguely on target. And we're going to take from there to there. And then we're going to take the assembler, which is the constructor, I should say, which is there. And then I'm going to realize that this is going to stick over the edge a bit. So I'm going to get rid of all of those. And take that, that. And so what we're going to do is we'll extend out from that. That's what we'll do. And then I'm going to go here to the position, storage container, and we're going to put that there. So what we have is 3 items up here that need to go power. So we're going to give them power from a power rod here. That's that one, and then that's that. This here needs to make deuterium ingots. This cannot make us quick wire yet. So what we're going to do is leave it. It's going to make it, so this is going to drill for us. Give us the deuterium ore that we need. Drop that in there. I'm going to start also by turning that off. So we'll go from there to there and there. And this is not the most efficient way. Definitely not. We are going to be so far in the red in the efficiency that it's really sort of silly. But it's what we're going to do. Oh, there's a ramp in there. Okay. There's a ramp in there. And a table and shit. Okay. Put that there. Whee! Go for a little double tap. There we go. Players in the way. I wonder which Eliath that could be. Okay. So what we have now
this ramp is much nicer. We can move up faster. Not as fast as we can on flat ground, but, you know, almost 3 times as fast as the Quarter 1 slope. So if we really wanted to, we could build a truck that brought this back over. But the whole reason for putting the ramp up here is not so that we can have a truck to bring it back and all that, but so that we could have a there. A little parking spot. Okay. Effectively, so we had somewhere to put that while we were dealing with things. So, how far can this go down? Most of the way. So, I think there. Yeah. So we'll put that one there. And then we put a power line over that way. I can't afford that because I don't have. I've had a couple of wire. Okay, so I need to grab some. Now, this is one of the nice things about the truck. I have a crafting table with me on the back of the truck. Solves lots of issues. So, looking at what I'm seeing, I don't think Araski is going to come back and join us again. Okay. So what am I going to do today? Okay. Let's finish this up. Let's find the quartz thing, stick a note on it, get this thing going, and then we can work from there. I think I will probably call the stream at that point. We'll find someone to raid. But right now, let's finish up what we're doing here. So let's get these extra cables in. Due to the cheapness of things like power poles in this game, it actually makes very little sense to try to do anything other than running power basically directly to where you're going. All you wind up doing if you try to do anything else is just you spend a lot of time messing around, and it's like, well, I need to get this, and then I need to set that up, and you're setting up all these power plants everywhere, but for purposes of efficiency, you're just better off building the one set of plants that you can reach with everything.
And so there is actually up there. So let's see where our ASCII round lies up there, because if I can just bring a pole over, that might be the better choice, because it's not that far to run to that. So. And the truck is faster than walking around. You do wind up getting some movement enhancing functionality later on if you work through the MAM upgrades, and some of those are faster than driving the truck around, I find. Just because with the truck you have to be like in sort of the right space to get through. You need to have enough room and things like that, whereas you don't need that with movement enhancing stuff, so yeah. And that'd be why I generally don't worry about that stuff. Oh, okay, so there's a second level up here. Ah, alright. Okay. So I think I can hook onto that one and bring a power line over this way. Yeah. Oh. So I wonder now if I hook to that one, I hook from there to that one. Technically possible. Aesthetically not pleasing. So I'm going to fix that. Oh, I can go. Oh no, that's too long. Okay. So where is the thing there? There's the thing there. What floor? Oh, we're trying to connect to the tree. Okay. And that should hook the Caterium mine up. Yeah, maximum. So. That was Caterium. So we also need sulfur. There's a couple of reasons for needing sulfur. Biggest thing is with sulfur we can get gunpowder, with gunpowder we can get propane guns if we feel like it, but more to the point we can get explosives. And explosives allow us to clear pathways and also get rid of certain in-the-road things. I found this out the other day and I was absolutely and overjoyed to find that. Oh, and what a quartz. Nothing's coming up. Oh, that's right. It's like 3 Ks away. So let's head over to the coal mine first. Oh, it's only 2 Ks away. So let's head over to the coal mine first. And what we're going to do at the coal mine is set up the steel foundry. So
But yeah, I've been going now for 5.5 hours, so... Oh, there's some sulfur right there. Let me stop and grab that. Because... that, if we have enough, we can just move to the gunpowder thing. We don't actually have to have a sulfur deposit. Oh, uranium. Hello. There we go. Okay. So we have an iron up top. We have coal down below. So we want to hook the iron into the coal down below. Okay. So. That'll just put the production near the coal facility. Now, eventually we'll get to running oil, at which point coal production becomes less of an issue. We probably won't need coal power at all. And I'll potentially keep them around, but for right now, yeah, it won't be needed. So. Here's what we are going to do. I'm going to pick up the beacon, because we won't need that anymore. Coal's over there. So I'm going to take our miner here. Bring it out there. Bring this guy. Actually, we'll bring this down over here. There. There. And then we'll take that, and we'll bring it here, and we'll take that, and hook that into there, which I can't. Okay. That has too many connectors on it. Okay. On to... okay. So, we are going to have to hook into that. We'll do that from down below, in case we can reach that far. Okay. So we have enough power in this, which is fine. Now the foundry can take in, or takes in ore and of both kinds to produce steel. So we actually don't care what the, we're not specifically interested in worrying about the, smelting that iron down. So we just sort of need to get it down to the ground level section over here. At least the area we're going to call ground level to sort of facetious thing. So, I'm going to extend this guy. That is not what I wanted. I wanted these guys. They're this big. Okay. So that's a merger down there. What we're actually going to want to do is provide a splitter, so I'm actually going to put a splitter on that. But I'm also going to put a foundry down here. So the foundry is going to face... yeah,
It'll face towards me, so let's put in a storage container here. Get out of the way. You're in the way. Move. Okay. So we have that there. We're going to take our foundry. And we're going to set the foundry up so it can actually connect to all of that. We're going to bring this guy down here and hook its power to that. And then we're going to hook it into there. Okay. Now this just makes steel. That needs iron and coal. So we can bring materials into this in a couple of different ways. My preferred method for this one is actually going to be, let's see, I think if I do that, I think that will, oh really? Oh, that's because it has to do weird things. Okay. So I think if I do this, then oh wow, it really is weird then. So we'll just do that. Okay. So make a splitter here. And we're just gonna yoink some of that coal straight out of the input line. There. I think that's, yep, that's straight. Okay. So we'll be getting coal in just a moment. There it goes. And now it kicks off. I'll check our power usage. We will wind up coming close quite a bit with this hand. But this will actually fill up with steel. And we can truck them back if we feel like it, or we could use massively long conveyor belts, which we may wind up doing. However, we also have and this is something that I knew was going to be here. So let's see. I'm going to take this guy and we'll spin this around. And I think that's all we need. Yeah, okay. No, I don't want that. What I want is to come around here and check on the fuel supply. Let's do it good. Okay. So we may need to add another miner into the network now that we've got this thing online. Now, this is going to slow up very quickly because we're actually, yeah, we're not bringing in that much coal into it, which is intentional. If I go here, let's bring that to a Mark II. What I want is the main system being fed with all the coal that it can helpfully nibble down. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so we didn't need to actually change the thing. So what this can come in fairly slow into here. It doesn't need to rush in at insane speeds. But we do need to make sure that we're getting iron coming in at an appropriate rate. And so that will be that. So that's there, that's there. We do have more Quaterium ore there. Right. So here's where we have the next thing I'm going to do quickly. And then this should be the last thing I wind up doing for the evening. Yes. Alright. So I've avoided using these before because they weren't the right tool. But now we've got an area where this is the correct tool for the job. So that is the conveyor lifts. So if I take this guy and bring it up to here, I should now be able to take that and hook it onto there. Straight away. Okay, it goes up a little bit, but that's just funny to me. So we'll worry about that. We can make sure these are all properly. Actually, is it? No, I think that actually may be level. I can't tell. But what we're actually doing here is we're just... No, I think it is on a slight incline upwards. Okay, that's fine. So that's just bringing the iron straight in from there. So we now have a steel plant out here, producing steel, that we can come out and collect as we need. Now what I have done in the past is actually build remote sites specifically for the purpose of making not the raw materials from something like this, but all of the supporting materials. So we'll take the iron ingots and then we'll transfer them into different things and that, but I'm not planning on doing that here. So what do I need here? So I need 10 rotors to make another one. What do rotors need? Oh, showing only the things I can make, so let's have a look here on rotors. Industrial parts, they need screws. Oh, okay. So let's make screws. I can make 300 of them. So if I need 25, I need to make 250. Before I do too much, however, I have in the past discovered that I can overshoot on my guesses. So yeah, looks like I'm going to need 150 of these, which I'm not going to be able to do with what I have there. However, right up there, that was happily giving us iron. So I will happily use that.
So what do I think I'll do? I don't know. Okay. That should let us build another. No, I don't actually know if it will. But it may bring us close. Yes, so we need cable. Okay. So, coming that way. Make sure that lines up. There we go. 5, connect. There. Now that I know that trick, I will remember it for the future. Okay. That should be filling up with water. It is. That. There. Take that into there. That into there. It's completely the wrong spot. Okay. That should build up. I'm gonna take that. And there we go. We are now putting out 225 megawatts. We need to make sure that our water supplies and such can keep up with all that. So what we may wind up needing to do is adding another, which means I need another 10 racks. I have everything else. Okay. How is our stockpiles of coal doing? We'll have to wait until the endpoints fill up. So. How is that doing? This is actually a pretty decent example of a real power plant. I actually like it. I don't like the soot coming out of there. That shouldn't happen. Because that's wasted energy. What you should have in a proper coal plant is the coal comes in and hits a boiler, which is this side. And oh, yeah, no worries there, Rathke. I was actually thinking that you probably weren't coming back, so I was in the process of trying to figure out what I was going to do. I was just going to send a raid off to somebody else. But yeah, I have coal coming in here. So in a coal plant, so this will be your boiler, so the coal will actually be burning to heat the water, which will run through this turbine here, and you can tell by the piping that they're actually feeding water in. It's probably cold water in, well, it should be steam they're feeding in, so they should be feeding steam in through here. Now, if it was me, actually, I'd probably do it in reverse order. I'd probably run steam in through here, then pump the excess steam out this way, because then you condense a lot of it and reuse it, and so not wind up using as much in terms of resources. And you spin a wheel, and as part of the wheel spinning, you're spinning basically a magnet through a coil, which produces electricity. So. So we're going to need actually another miner. Yep. Well, I thought it was going to, so that's why I put the space for that there. Now, I'm gonna line it up with this guy. If we do this right, they should actually come together. Yeah, right about there. Okay. And I need iron. Because I need some iron rods. Yoink. Okay, that should be enough. In that case, let's dump the iron back into the forge here. I don't need extra raw materials floating around. Oh, mix that. Okay. Shit. Switch. Yeah. Let's get them to line up. There. Up on there. There we go. And that. How's that getting power? Okay, it's getting power from it. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna drop that out. We're gonna put that in there, and then we're gonna hook that into there. Both of these are gonna start producing. Oh. Doing fairly decent with that lot. Now let's check how are we doing here. Yeah, I want to add that extra water extractor. So I'm gonna want to run back and grab a few rotors and things. Just because that's just gonna be easier than dealing with it this way. And while we're at it, we can stop by our Caterium mine and make sure that we yoink the materials out of there that we want. Let's get through here. And then I think I can just... Oh, here it is over there. Okay. So let me quickly make sure I'm on the right screen. Yes, there we go. Okie dokie. Bring this all the way up here. There. Everybody remember where we parked the ship. Right. So I'm going to take that. Now that I got the extra deuterium out of my thing, I'm going to turn this on. So that should start creating some deuterium there. So, okay. Alright. So, S30, do I want to just wait for a sec? Yeah, let's wait for a little. Because then we'll be able to make deuterium wire, and that'll allow us to build TO2s of these things, which will actually be very beneficial for us long term. 15 per minute. Okay. So then, in less than a minute, we should have the complete list. And so we're going to need 3 iron plates and 10 rotors to finish this process off. There we go. So that's the 50 of those. Oh, that's actually a strong 3. Well, in that case. Anything close enough to actually use that on? No? Okay. Oh. Hey, dude. Okay. Yep. I'm getting tired. I can tell, because I just yawned at you guys. Okay. So, 100 Caterium wire to make Caterium electronics. We need reinforced plates and rotors, and it turns out I have those right here. There we go. Grab that. Okay, shit. I take that one and that one. That gives me the 10 that I need. Okay. I do have the copper, don't I? Yes, the copper sheets. Okay. Oh, it says so. So we'll swing by the Caterium refinery again. This time we're going to tell the constructor to make Caterium wire. And after that, we will go to the mine, the coal plant area where we've got our foundry set up for our steel production. And we'll put in the extra water point. Oh, right. I don't know if anyone can see it, but right above the line on top of that mountain there, the power line above it, sort of view angle, there's actually a wreck up there. And there's a bunch of wrecks hidden like that throughout the map. There's so many wrecks, it's sort of funny when you actually start looking into it. So yeah, we're gonna pop out a considerable amount. Yeah, so it uses 12 per minute. It's outputting 15 per minute. That's out at 120 per minute. So that little guy will fill up pretty quickly, which is sort of what I want. Because Caterium wire is used for a lot of higher end electronic stuff. But more to the point, what it's used for is getting the tier 2 upgrade pieces. So now we are heading over to the coal plant to put in the extra water extractor. And then we will see what... We should basically be at a point where everything is self-sufficient, and we will continue to produce pretty much what we're producing now. So, yeah. That just means that then it's time to figure out what the next step is. Not time to sit, because, yeah. There is almost always a next step. Okay. we still seem to be mostly positive on water, but not very. So I'm going to grab this guy and bring it out here. Get rid of that one, we'll take that, we'll put that there. And then grab this. We'll line it up with that one. And then we'll switch to that. Bring that there. Then we're going to switch to that one, and then we're going to hook that in there. And then power from there. And that should slowly fill up. Actually, it's filling up because of, yeah, weird things that way. So let's check out... Why? I don't know. There's a way to dive down. I can never remember what it is. It could also just be that the water is just not deep enough here. I wanted to show underneath. It doesn't want to let me. Okay. But yeah. So... effectively, we're getting insane amounts of water out of the lake here. I guess I could have spread them a little bit, but there's actually no reason to that I've found. So that's full, the pipe's full, that one's full. And this should be, it's plus 60-ish at the moment. Let's see if it drops below, goes into the negatives. It does. Okay. It's actually not that bad in the negatives, and it does seem to bounce back up pretty quickly. Wow. Guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens here. I mean, there's one other possibility. Alright, at 300. Drain. Okay, so one other thing we could do here, instead of doing what I've done here, is build another fluid buffer in there. The correct solution is to get tier 2 piping, but now we may need to do the... sort of hacky solution. So, okay. I want to have this so I don't have to think about it when I come back. Because otherwise I will forget about it, and, yeah. So, reinforced iron plates is what I need. Means I need more iron. So, grab some iron. Okay. So actually, if I take that and I say that I would like to build one of those, means I need 5 modular frames. So I can then take this and take the modular frame thing and say add. So we need to make 6 of those. So it means we need to make 9 iron reinforced iron plates. So let's tell it we need to make 9. So we know how many screws we need to make. And that's sort of just the way of just using the process against itself. So we need some more iron rods. That's relatively easy here. There's the screws that we needed. Building some more iron. Get the iron rods. That's probably not going to be all of them. No, it isn't. So. There we go. Do. That's what we needed for that. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now I can put the extra fluid buffer in. There. And then we will disconnect that. And I'll get rid of that. And then, okay, good. It actually did bring that up. It doesn't look like it's doing that. So that was one of the things I was sort of concerned it might decide to be silly about. But it turned out not to want to do that. And I needed some copper. Well. We have a copper mine up here. And actually, just to make things easier for me, no, fine. Look, the other way. We'll go from here, over there. There, see. See. There. Alright. I may do a tad bit of cleanup in that off stream. But, oh. Well. That was funny. At least to me it was funny. Oh, Twitch is telling me the ad's over. Okay. Almost there on this section. So I think I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup off-stream. Nothing special, just making sure that all the loose materials in my inventory are used up, and that, you know, I don't have anything all that insane around, but there we go. So, these two should wind up filling up. So, yeah, there's no way that I'm going to need that much for a bit. So this side's area is done. Actually, let me grab a couple of stacks of this stuff. There we go. Do we have plenty of steel now? Alright, I have plenty of steel. We'll swing by the Caterium mine and see if there is any have to be careful driving around that way. Okay. We'll see how much we've got in terms of the Caterium wire. I think we only need 100 for the upgrade for it, but if I can grab a stack of it, it'll just make things easier. Obviously with system setup, now it's just a matter of time. Wait long enough and we'll have all the wire we'll ever need, so... But I will at least grab a stack if there's one there. Maybe two if I'm feeling greedy. Oh, there's only one stack there. And I have one slot, so that was easy. Oh, I only have 21 coal on me. Bring the thing. Okay. Okay. Refill it. It's being done. Check in on the map. Eyeballs can be done. That'll take 5 minutes, so I'll stop that for a sec. Make sure I need 50 sulfur. So let's see what happens. I don't have any sulfur. I do have Caterium ore in there. I don't have Caterium ore in there. So put that away. I've got 29 sulfur. I'm going to put that in there. And then... Oh, I don't know what I can do. I'm just going to be lazy. I can process it down and make it worth more points in the machine. But if I dump that, dump that, dump that... Yep. And then this guy here gets the leaves, and this one here gets the wood. And then that'll process down. Give us more of that. And I don't think the man is actually doing anything at the moment. No, it isn't.
So let's get the upgraded power poles. And there's that. So that'll need 100 rotors. We're still making the other things. I think I'll just leave the stuff run for a bit. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's just time consuming. I may wind up leaving some of it just run. In the grand scheme of things, it's not that much of a big deal. And so next week we'll come back to where we are. Maybe some of the time-consuming stuff will be out of the road. And we'll see about doing some more expansion of stuff. And yeah, so is that I'm just grabbing some more wire to feed into the advanced steel production thingy. I'm not going to be able to do that for a bit, and I'm not going to push the button on that until next week, but if I do this now, you guys will see me dumping this in here. But things like sitting there and hand making 200 steel pipes, you guys. If you find that interesting, let me know. I will make sure not to skip it in the future. If that sort of thing is just, oh wow, that was so much fun, then yeah, you'll have skipped it, so you won't have to worry about it. And I think I'll also want to get, so once we have the advanced steel production, I'm going to want to build the hypertubes, because those could be lots of fun. But a lot of the stuff at the moment where I'm running out with the truck to go deal with stuff at the coal plant, you can literally just jump in the hypertube and be at a coal plant in a very short period of time. And then, yeah. But yeah, we'll let everything catch up and such. So, let's leave that there. And I will go to this mode. And I'd like to say thank you everyone for stopping by. And we will find somebody to raid. You know, I did a collab with this guy. I haven't actually raided him in a while. He's currently playing a game called Coffee Talk. His name's Pink Justice. He's far more active in terms of actually being awake than I am. So yeah, so with all of that, I hope you guys enjoy the channel over there, and I will catch us all around. I intend to stream a little later in the week, Friday night. We'll see who shows up and how that goes. So